guys, Grant Cardone here. For the last 10 years, I've been running what is today's largest, most successful business conference on the planet. And I want to invite you to be there. Check it out for free.
The alarm goes off at 5 a.m. It's still dark outside. The bed is warm, comfortable, inviting you to stay just 5 more minutes. And in that moment, a battle begins. A battle that will define not just your morning, but your life, that moment. That decision is where discipline is born or destroyed. We make about 35,000 decisions every single day. 35,000 moments where we choose who we are becoming. Yet most people never realize the power hidden in these moments. They drift through life on autopilot, wondering why things never change, why dreams remain just that, dreams. Today, we're going to change that. In the next few minutes, I'm going to share with you the most valuable currency in the world. Not gold, not Bitcoin, not dollars, but discipline. The ability to do what needs to be done when it needs to be done, whether you feel like it or not. You see, most people have it backward. They believe motivation comes first, then action, then results. But that's a formula for failure. The truth is, action comes first, then results, then motivation. Discipline is the bridge that gets you to action when motivation isn't there. Let me ask you something. How many times have you started something with excitement only to abandon it a few weeks later? A diet, a workout routine, a business idea, learning a new skill. Be honest with yourself. The statistics don't lie. 92% of New Year's resolutions fail. 92%. Why? Because people rely on motivation, a fleeting emotion, rather than discipline, which is a practice. Here's the cold, hard truth that nobody wants to hear. For your life right now is the sum total of your habits. Not your intentions, not your hopes, not your dreams. Your habits, the small, seemingly insignificant choices you make day after day, week after week, year after year. Let that sink in. The body you have, the bank account you have, the relationships you have, they're all reflections of your habits. And habits are built through discipline. Now, I promise to show you how to build discipline in 30 days. Not how to think about it, not how to plan for it, but how to actually build it. Because discipline isn't something you're born with. It's something you forge like steel in fire. Day one starts with a decision. Not a wish, not a hope, a decision. A decision that from this moment forward, you will no longer be a slave to your feelings. You will no longer let your emotions dictate your actions. You will do what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel. That's the foundation. That's day one. Making the decision that you're done drifting. You're done leaving your life to chance. You're taking the wheel. But decisions without actions are just wishes. So on day two, you're going to pick one small habit, just one, that you're going to perform every single day for the next 29 days. One habit that aligns with the person you want. Maybe it's waking up at 5 a.m. Maybe it's reading for 30 minutes. Maybe it's walking 10,000 steps. Maybe it's calling one potential client. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's specific, measurable, and challenging enough that it requires discipline. Write it down. Put it somewhere you'll see it every day. Tell someone who will hold you accountable. Make it impossible to ignore. Now here's where most people go wrong. They try to change everything at once. They decide they're going to wake up at 5 a.m., meditate for an hour, work out for 2 hours, read a book a week, start a business, and completely overhaul their diet, all on day one. And guess what happens? They burn out by day 3. They try to run a marathon when they haven't even learned to walk. Discipline is built one brick at a time, one small victory after another. The goal isn't perfection, it's progress, consistent, relentless progress. If by day 7, that one small habit is going to start to feel easier. Not easy. You'll still feel resistance. The bed will still be warm at 5 a.m. The book will still compete with the TV. The gym will still seem far away after a long day. But you're going to do it anyway, because you made a decision on day 1 that your actions will no longer be dictated by your feelings. If by day 14 something interesting happens, that habit starts to become part of your identity. You start to think of yourself as the kind of person who wakes up at 5 a.m. or the kind of person who reads every day or the kind of person who doesn't miss workouts. This is powerful because once something becomes part of your identity, the question is no longer should I do this, but is this who I am? And that's a much stronger motivator than any external reward. But it's around day 15 that most people hit the wall. The novelty has worn off. The initial surge of motivation is gone. This is the moment of truth. This is when discipline is truly tested. And this is precisely why we need to redefine what success looks like. Success isn't doing something perfectly. Success is getting back on track when you fall off. If you miss a day, you haven't failed. You've simply experienced a set failure. Only happens when you stop trying. So when, not if, but when you have a day where you don't live up to your expectations, the disciplined response isn't to beat yourself up or to give up. It's to recommit. It begins to become automatic. It requires less willpower, less conscious effort. This is what the research tells us. It takes about 21 days for a habit to start to take root, but we're not stopping at 21 days. We're going for 30. Because by day 30, that habit isn't just something you do, it's something you are. And here's the beauty of it. Once you've built discipline in one area of your life, it spills over into every other area. The discipline to wake up early becomes the discipline to eat right. The discipline to eat right becomes the discipline to manage your money. The discipline to manage your money becomes the discipline to build better relationships. Discipline is universal. It's transferable. Master it in one domain and you can, but let's be clear about something.
When we touch here, maybe just try this, ladies and gentlemen. This, oh, that feels nice. Yeah, that's a good. Just do that because it feels comfortable.
Discipline isn't about punishment. It's not about deprivation. It's about freedom. Freedom from the tyranny of impulse. Freedom from the prison of procrastination. Freedom to create the life you want rather than accepting the life you think about the things you want most in life. The dream body, the thriving business, the deep, meaningful relationships, the financial independence. None of these things are achieved through luck or talent alone. They're achieved through discipline. Consistent daily actions aligned with your goals. You know, I once spoke with a successful entrepreneur who had built a multi-million-dollar business from scratch. I asked him what the secret to his success was. I expected him to talk about strategy or market timing.
Say it loud.
Brilliant insight, but he didn't. He said every morning I made 5 sales calls before I did anything else. Rain or shine, feeling good or feeling terrible, I made those 5 calls. Some days those calls went nowhere. Some days they led to big opportunities. But I made them every single day,
Even though we call it
without
every
fail,
morning.
for 3 years. That's discipline. That's the unglamorous reality of
Let's go.
success.
Got this.
Or consider the story of an ordinary person who decided to run a marathon despite being overweight and out of shape. They didn't start by running 26 miles. They started by running to the end of their driveway, then to the end of their block, then around the neighborhood. They ran when it was cold, they ran when it was hot, they ran when they were tired, they ran when they didn't want to. 6 months later, they crossed the finish line of their first marathon. That's discipline.
Brave and strong.
That's the power of consistent daily action. Now let's talk about the enemy.
Time to get up, bud.
The forces that
Let's
will
get the
try to
day going.
derail
Let's get
you
this day going.
on your
It's Monday.
30-day journey.
Get started, all right?
First enemy is excuses.
All
The
right, you'll
human
call me
mind
after
is an
school, okay?
excuse-making machine. I'm too tired.
All
I
right.
don't have time.
Stand up,
I'll
stand up,
start
stand
tomorrow.
up.
Just this once
Get
won't
myself
hurt.
cleaned up. Get
I
some-
deserve a break. These excuses seem reasonable in the moment, but they're lies.
Don't fall back.
Every single one of
Love
them.
you.
They're the mind's way of avoiding discomfort, of staying in the familiar, even if the familiar is mediocrity. The antidote to excuses is a simple
I
question.
love you more.
Is this who I want to be? When you're tempted to hit the snooze button, ask yourself, is this who I want to be? When you're tempted to skip the workout, ask yourself, is this who I want to be? When you're tempted to procrastinate on that important project, ask yourself, is this who I... Second enemy is environment. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. If those people lack discipline, guess what? You will too. If your environment is filled with temptations and distractions, your discipline will be constantly tested. The solution: change your environment. Surround yourself with disciplined people. Clear the temptations from your home. Set up your environment for success, not failure. The third enemy is the most dangerous. Rationalization. This is when you convince yourself that your excuses are actually valid reasons. I'm not being lazy, I'm practicing self-care. I'm not procrastinating, I'm waiting for inspiration. I'm not giving up, I'm being realistic. Rationalization is dangerous because it feels like truth. But it's just another form of self-deceit. The antidote to rationalization is brutal honesty. Call yourself out on your own nonsense. Don't let yourself get away with the lies you tell yourself. Now, as we near the halfway point of our 30-day journey to discipline, I want to introduce a concept that will take your discipline to the next level: the compound effect. The compound effect is the principle that small, consistent actions, compounded over time, lead to massive results. It's like compound interest for your habits. Let's say you read 10 pages of a book every day. That's not much. It might take you 15, 20 minutes, but over a year, that's 3,650 pages. That's roughly 12 books. In 5 years, that's 60 books. Those 60 books can change your life, your career, your relationships, your wealth, everything. But the compound effect works in both directions. Skip the workout once. It's no big deal. Skip it consistently, and 5 years later, you're out of shape and facing health problems. The scary part of the compound effect is that you don't see the results right away. The changes are too small to notice on a daily basis. It's only when you look back over months and years that you see the dramatic difference. That's why discipline requires faith. Faith that you're small. Consistent actions are making a difference, even when you can't see the results yet. By day 30 of your discipline journey, you won't have achieved all your goals. You won't have transformed your entire life, but you will have laid the foundation. You will have built the habit of discipline, the habit of doing what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, whether you feel like it or not. And that habit, that skill, is worth more than gold, because with discipline, every other goal becomes achievable. Every dream becomes possible. So let me ask you, what will your day one look like? What decision will you make today that your future self will thank you for? What small habit will you commit to for the next 30 days? The clock is ticking. The choice is yours. But remember this, a year from now, you'll wish you had started today. You know what stops most people from changing their lives? It's not lack of information. We're drowning in information.
Do you want to do something big with your life but afraid of being judged for it? It's often not time, skill, or even money.
In information, it's not lack of opportunity. We live in the greatest time of opportunity in human history. What stops most people is the gap. The gap between knowing and doing. The gap between intention and action. The gap between who they are and who they want to be. And that gap has a name. Resistance is that voice in your head that says, do it tomorrow. Resistance is that feeling in your gut that says, this is too hard. Resistance is that impulse that pulls you toward comfort and away from growth. Resistance is the enemy of discipline. And make no mistake, it will never go away completely. Even the most disciplined people on earth feel resistance. The difference is they've learned to act despite it. Think about this. Everything you want is on the other side of resistance. Every goal, every dream, every aspiration, they all lie on the other side of that uncomfortable feeling that makes you want to quit. The great tragedy of life is that most people give up right before the breakthrough. They put in weeks or months of effort. They don't see the results they want. Resistance grows stronger, and they quit, never realizing that success was just around the corner. So as we enter the second half of our 30-day journey to discipline, I want to give you some practical tools for overcoming resistance. Because knowing about resistance isn't enough. You need strategies to defeat it. First, recognize that resistance often disguises itself as rationalization. It doesn't say I'm lazy. It says I deserve a break. It doesn't say I'm afraid. It says I'm being cautious. It doesn't say I'm undisciplined. It says I'm being flexible. Learn to recognize these rationalizations for what they are. Resistance in disguise. Second, understand that resistance feeds on ambiguity. When your goals are vague, when your plans are unclear, resistance thrives. It fills that ambiguity with doubt and hesitation. The antidote, clarity and specificity. Don't say I'm going to exercise more. Say I'm going to walk for 30 minutes at 7 a.m. every weekday. Don't say I'm going to eat better. Say I'm going to prepare my meals every Sunday for the upcoming week. Don't say I'm going to grow my business. Say I'm going to make 10 sales calls every day before noon. Discipline thrives on clarity. The more specific your commitments, the less room there is for resistance to operate. Third, use the power of identity to overcome resistance. Remember what we discussed earlier. By day 14, that habit you're building starts to become part of your identity. You start to see yourself as the kind of person who wakes up at 5 a.m. or the kind of person who never misses a workout. This identity-based approach is powerful because it shifts the focus from outcomes to the person you're becoming. It's not about what you're trying to achieve. It's about who you're trying to become. Where resistance strikes, and it will, ask yourself, what would the person I'm becoming do right now? The answer to that question will guide you through resistance. Fourth, use the 5-second rule. When you feel resistance, count backward from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, then move. Don't think, just move. This short circuits the overthinking that resistance thrives on. Break down overwhelming tasks into tiny, manageable steps. Resistance grows in proportion to the perceived size of the task. The bigger the task seems, the stronger the resistance. So make the task smaller. Don't think about writing a book. Think about writing a paragraph. Don't think about losing 50 pounds. Think about eating one healthy meal. Don't think about building $1 million business. Think about making one sales call. And by day 16 of your discipline journey, these strategies will become essential because the initial excitement has worn off. Reality has set in. This is where the real work begins. Now let's talk about something that most people get wrong about discipline. They think it's about willpower. They think discipline is gritting your teeth and pushing through the pain. But that's not sustainable. Willpower is a finite resource. It depletes throughout the day. If your strategy for building discipline relies solely on willpower, you're setting yourself up for failure. True discipline is about systems, not willpower. It's about creating environments and routines that make the right behaviors easier and the wrong behaviors harder. Want to wake up earlier? Put your alarm clock across the room so you have to get out of bed to turn it off. Want to eat healthier? Don't keep junk food in the house? Want to spend less time on social media? Delete the apps from your phone. These environmental changes require much less willpower than constantly fighting against temptation. They're force multipliers for your discipline. By day 20 of your journey, these systems should be firmly in place. Your environment should be working for you, not against you. Now let's address another misconception about discipline. The idea that discipline means saying yes to hard things. That's only half the truth. Discipline is also, perhaps even more so, about saying no to the wrong things. Every time you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else. Every time you say yes to watching TV, you're saying no to reading. Every time you say yes to hitting the snooze button, you're saying no to your morning workout. Every time you say yes to a distraction, you're saying no to your most important work. Disciplined people are ruthlessly selective about what.
If you're a small business owner that wants to increase your sales and get the attention online that you deserve, then this is for you. Studies show that animated videos can boost conversions by up to 87%. And by far the most engaging are 3D character videos, which is why huge brands like Amazon, Coca-Cola, and Samsung all use them in their marketing, because they grab attention, simplify complex ideas, and make viewers feel like they're watching a Pixar movie, not an ad. But the problem is they're super complicated to create and can cost you up to $45,000, making them impossible to use for most business owners. That was until now. Introducing Create Studio, the world's only AI-powered 3D character video creator that helps business owners create high-converting videos in 3 simple steps, even if you're a complete beginner with 0 technical skills. Which is why Create Studio is rated #1 on Capterra, used by more than 90,000 businesses, with over 1,500 5-star reviews like these. MedHigh says, "This truly is the best investment I've made for my business." Colin says, "Create Studio videos upped my interest from parents by 50% in his tuition business." And Garrett, who makes videos for his business, says, "Animation so easy it feels like cheating." The secret? Create Studio takes a traditional, expensive, complicated character animation process and simplifies it into 3 easy steps. First, choose from a huge library of pre-animated assets designed by our Pixar-trained experts. Then easily customize everything in a few clicks, just like a video game. Finally, hit publish, and you will have a high-converting 3D character video made in minutes.
What they say yes to. They understand that their time and energy are their most valuable resources, and they protect them accordingly. By day 23, you should be getting better at saying no. Not just to others, but to yourself, to the impulses and distractions that would pull you away from your most important commitments. As we approach the final week of our 30-day journey, I want to introduce a concept that will help you maintain discipline for the long term. Most people overestimate what they can achieve in a day, but underestimate what they can achieve in a year. They want massive results, and they want them now. When those results don't materialize quickly, they give up. It's to focus on tiny gains, improvements of just 1 each day, 1% better at your craft, 1% more efficient with your time, 1% more disciplined in your habits. That might not sound like much. What difference could one possibly make? Well, if you improve by just 1 each day for a year, you'll end up 37 times better than when you started. That's the power of compound growth. On the flip side, if you get worse each day for a year, you'll decline nearly to 0. That's the danger of compound decline. Every day, you're either getting a little better or a little worse. There's no standing still in life. And those tiny daily choices, the ones that seem so insignificant in the moment, determine which direction you're heading. By day 25, you should be focused not on massive changes, but on these tiny daily improvements. Trust the process. Trust that these small, consistent actions will compound over time. Now, as we near the end of our 30-day journey, let's talk about what happens after day 30. Because the goal isn't just to be disciplined for 30 days. The goal is to build discipline as a lifelong skill. The truth is, discipline is never finished. It's not something you achieve once and then forget about. It's a practice, a daily commitment, a way of life. But here's the good news. It gets easier. Not because the tasks themselves become easier, but because your capacity for discipline grows. What once seemed impossible becomes manageable. What once required immense effort becomes routine. This is why those first 30 days are so critical. They're like boot camp for your willpower. They strengthen your discipline muscles, making everything that follows a little bit easier. By day 28, you've likely experienced both triumphs and setbacks. Days where discipline came easily, and days where it felt impossible. This is normal. This is part of the process. Remember, the goal isn't perfection. The goal is progress. Not linear, uninterrupted progress, but progress on the whole. 2 steps forward, 1 step back is still 1 step forward. Now, as we approach day 30, it's time to reflect on how far you've come. Think back to day 1. Think about that decision you made. The decision that from that moment forward, you would no longer be a slave to your feelings. You would do what needs to be done. regardless of how you felt. How has that decision changed you? How has it changed your actions, your habits, your results? If you've truly committed to this 30-day journey, you're not the same person you were a month ago. You've proven to yourself that you can do hard things, that you can keep promises to yourself, that you can act with discipline even when you don't feel motivated. That knowledge, that self-trust is the foundation for everything else you'll achieve in life. But day 30 isn't the finish line. It's the starting line for the rest of your life. The habits you've built, the systems you've created, the identity you've begun to forge. These are meant to serve you for years and decades to come. So what's next? How do you maintain this discipline beyond day 30? First, celebrate your progress. Take a moment to acknowledge how far you've come. Celebration isn't just a nice to have. It's a neurological necessity. It releases dopamine, which helps solidify the neural pathways associated with your new habits. Second, set a new challenge. Remember, growth happens outside your comfort zone. If that one habit you've been building for 30 days now feels comfortable, it's time to add another layer of challenge. Not a completely new habit. That would be starting over, but an extension of what you've already built. If you've been reading 10 pages a day, try reading 15. If you've been walking for 30 minutes, try jogging for part of that time. If you've been making 5 sales calls, try making 7. Third, teach what you've learned. Nothing solidifies knowledge like teaching it to others. Share your experience with a friend who's struggling with discipline. Not in a preachy way, but in a way that says, I've been there, and here's what helped me. Fourth, anticipate and plan for obstacles. Life will throw curveballs. There will be days when your routine gets disrupted, when stress is high, when it seems impossible to maintain discipline. What's your plan for those days? The time to figure that out isn't when you're in the middle of a crisis. It's now when you're clear-headed and committed. Fifth, remember the why behind your discipline. It's easy to get caught up in the how of discipline, the strategies, the techniques, the habits, but without a compelling why, discipline becomes empty routine.
The revolution is finally here, a technological revolution that is transforming our world. Because while the mainstream media is caught up in all...
Why are you doing this? What's at stake? What becomes possible in your life when you master discipline? Keep those answers front and center. As we come to the end of our time together, I want to leave you with a final thought. Discipline isn't just about achievement. It's not just about productivity or success or reaching goals, though it certainly enables all of those things. At its core, discipline is about freedom. The freedom to create the life you want, rather than accepting the life you have. The freedom to become the person you aspire to be, rather than remaining the person you've been. In a world full of distractions and instant gratification, discipline is the ultimate form of self-respect. It's saying to yourself, my long-term happiness and fulfillment are more important than my short-term comfort and pleasure. When you choose discipline, you're choosing yourself. Your best self. Your future self. Ask you one last time. What will your day 1 look like? What decision will you make today that your future self will thank you for? What small habit will you commit to for the next 30 days? Because right now, in this moment, you have a choice. You can continue on the path you've been on, which will lead you to where you've always been. Or you can choose a new path, the path of discipline, which will lead you to places you've only dreamed of. The choice is yours. But know, you're capable of far more than you've ever given yourself credit for. You have untapped reservoirs of potential within you. You have the power to transform your life, one disciplined choice at a time. 30 days. That's all I'm asking for. 30 days to prove to yourself what's possible. 30 days to build the foundation for a new life. 30 days to develop the most valuable skill you'll ever possess. Can you give yourself that gift? Can you make that commitment? I believe you can. I believe you will. Because deep down, beneath the excuses and the rationalizations and the comfortable routines, there's a part of you that's hungry for more. A part of you that knows you were meant for greater things. A part of you that's ready to embrace discipline and all the freedom it brings. Listen to that voice. Trust it. Follow it. Your 30 days begin now.
This right here was funny as hell. Watch this.
45 Tony. By the way, did you not get the memo on the suits? We all went dark today. You're like Easter service.
Y'all kind of leave me off. Man. As long as I get the text from my wife that says I look good.
Oh, really?
Send me the text.
That's not the one she sent me. Outdoors.
Commercial for live TV.
18 to 6.
Live TV.
Oh, man, on the Welcome back to the Farm Ridge halftime report. Just you and I here, Tiki. I'm not sure what happened to Peter Burns, or did you have him keep your wife's name out of his mouth?
Huh?
We'll see how Peter Burns is with that smart mouth second half, but Gator is too.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody was going to tell me just what the mama said knock you out was going on here. I don't know if y'all know this, but everybody ain't playing. Everybody ain't joking with you. Everybody ain't with the jokes.
Yeah.
Everybody ain't with all that. Alright, now y'all on national TV, my man wanna tease him about his suit. You understand what I'm saying? And you know that's cool. You can just joke about the suit, alright? Everybody got on the dark suit, I got on the light suit. Maybe I'm out of season, maybe y'all out of season, but I'm out of sync with everybody. That's all well and good. But then I'm just saying, hey, long as my wife say I look good and I'm cool, then you turn around and say, oh no, that ain't what she texts me. Whoa. Whoa, wait a minute. Y'all got to be careful. You think you know I mean, not in the same room. don't get it twisted. Don't get beside yourself. You'll find yourself, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You find yourself trying to explain something to a doctor. You know what I mean?
Read about
You know what I mean? That he came back, coat all up, but it was quiet. Somebody got slapped. I can tell you that now. I know when somebody got slapped.
all the way.
Everybody in the studio quiet. Don't nobody want to say nothing. Oh yeah. Yeah, keep laughing. Now you got a red handprint on the side of your face. You peed a little bit. Everybody ain't with the joke.
I don't want to wear foundation.
sandwiches and avotos of the world. Are you seeing this? This is a Smucker's and Jif PB&J, the OG sandwich of all
Contrary to popular belief, the Toyota Supra look like it naturally has PS1 graphics. It's the physical manifestation of a basic chick with some good coochie. Look at this man's back tire. You know he didn't come to play with nobody. Nah, bro, it looked like Mickey Thompson and a woman with a bump bed ass collaborated to make his tires specifically. We're talking about nastier than if Church's Chicken came out with a rural honey pack biscuit. A lot of us would eat it. I myself included. Oh, and this is the owner, by the way. He looked like he got baptized in the Mississippi River at least once or twice. This super gangster as hell, but that's not all. There's another vehicle in his arsenal. I could almost assure you your auntie draws would drop if he pulled up to her house in the Audi R8. Ooh, who your friend? She don't give a fuck about you no more. She see you every day. Who your friend? Oh, this my homeboy. That's his old Audi outside. Oh, you want another cousin? It's nastier than a Walmart employee search history. You talking about an Audi nastier than a sanctified librarian selling coochie on Christian Maine. The C6 CR1 is the greatest
Idaho
of all
to Maine
time.
to about 5 days.
The C8 Corvette is nothing but a glorified 458 Italian.
6 hours.
I'm like, GM, how did it take you damn near 50 to 40 years to put the engine in the back of a Corvette when you built the Fiero and the Corvair? That just makes no sense to me. The roof, the splitters, the hood, the fenders, all
44 hours, 46
and behind
hours.
that 604-pound Peter Tort LS9, you have a 6-speed manual. This is like the epitome of raw driving experience. Explain, listening to me. This car was a fucking type. You want to know what its competition was? The Dodge Viper, the Porsche 911 Turbo, Ferrari F430, the Lamborghini LP640, Lamborghini Murcielago LP640. Check this out. Here goes the car. $100,000 Corvette with 638 horsepower with 604 pound-feet of torque, right? But the interior looks like shit. So people looked at this and was like, okay, cool. It make a lot of power, but I just can't justify spending $100,000 on a Corvette when I could just go get the competitors. Sure, it may make less horsepower, but it look good inside and out. I mean, look at it from another perspective. If you could afford a $100,000 Corvette, couldn't you add another $75,000 on top of it and just go get a Ferrari with way more prestige than this? Let me talk my shit real quick. Hey, got a list of people I truly despise who want to be equal. I'm like Tyson in his prime. You can bob and weave, nigga. I'm aiming straight for the jawline hoes, drawing conclusions only after the dollar signs. Pieces of my mind, breadcrumbs I leave behind. Lately I've been feeling like anybody can get it. Who the bigger villain? Really, they none of you niggas fish. Supernatural, semi-auto, fully loaded with competition. Behold the greatest story that's ever told. Look, mama, your son really the golden child with the old soul, the rap virtuoso who oh so cold. I spit dope shit, but not the kind they put in their nose. All the niggas from my city got a problem with politicking. 2019, I lost my nigga, wish we could kick it. That man had a vision. Taco Bell order vegetarian, can't forget it.
Everybody be asking me, man, does the Blue Chew actually work?
Bro, you get a month for free.
It's free. You can get 1 month for free. So you got nothing to lose, you got everything to gain.
Try it, and you're gonna like it.
Oh, somebody on here trolling. Look at that.
And you tell yourself if it work or not.
There's always a special person on the spectrum trying to come on here and say something slick. So sad.
Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri.
I don't know anyone that takes more road trips than Ken and Claudia.
In 1978, Ken and Claudia took their car to their local Firestone. We've been working on their vehicles ever since.
Oh, we love road trips.
45 years later, we're saying thanks by sending them on the road trip of a lifetime.
Oh, look at this. Jeez, where did you come up with that car? How does it feel that I've been going to Firestone since before you were born?
you get access to over 1 million quality parts.
Edgar, good morning. How you doing?
We're back on the second channel. Got loads to do this week in between getting stuff done on the Revolto. So, first step, the Porsche GT3 RS is kind of YouTube done at the minute. There's still some things we need to do, and we're going to get onto that. The SVR is going to be given away to the winner, hopefully this week as well. We're struggling with insurance for it, but we'll hopefully sort that out. And then we've still got the Revolto, which you would have seen on the main channel. I've got all the parts, we'll work out how to fix it. We still haven't even got this car started yet, which is our main issue. And then we've also got to top a list of parts and how we're going to fix it. See, that's all coming in this video. But first off, we are going to head to the sky, I think. Let's go. We're at Sloan Helicopters. I pronounced that right, haven't I? Yeah. And today, we're having a little lesson. And this is a Robinson R44 piston engine helicopter. That is about as far as my knowledge goes on it. But I need to do my license because this is going to be a full year. And is it right? It's like a box.
This one's not
6 cylinder. So it's like a Porsche.
So you can't go fast. You'll last.
You've got loads of room. Look at this. Honestly, plenty. I love the visibility. Like that is so good.
So we raised this up.
Yeah.
So what that's doing is that's giving us more lift. So as it's changing pitch, you get greater angle to have more lift going up. Okay. So all that's doing, mechanically, is changing that. This, nothing. That's for comfort and try and control the sensitivity.
And what does this actually do?
So this, imagine the blades are going full speed now.
Yeah.
And then they become more like a disc rather than two blades.
Yeah.
This tilts that disc in different directions.
Right.
So we've got our thrust going upwards if we're doing nothing.
Yeah.
By moving it forward, we've moved thrust from lift. We've moved forward, so we've got a forward.
So like by moving it forward.
The aircraft will come down a little bit, we'll start lifting forward.
So here we go. My first ever helicopter lesson. I never thought I'd find myself doing this, but here we are. Learning how to fly can change absolutely everything, and I really enjoy learning a new skill. Once we got in the air, I was told what all the controls and dials do, and it wasn't long before I was able to take control of the helicopter. It's like learning to drive all over again. Now to be able to fly on my own, I need at least 45 hours of flight time, and I'm going to be trying to do at least one lesson a week from now. So as you can imagine, it's going to be a lot. On top of that, there's a bunch of theory tests as well, just like on your driving lessons. Now right here, we actually got to fly over Silverstone, and to see it from this angle was crazy. Now from here, I was able to fully take control. We was going to fly from Silverstone to Santa Monica. The handle that I'm holding,
Your car's new, and whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. Well, we got a choice.
automotive. So we have here, very ready. So this is a 997, so it's a 2007 997 Carrera 2 manual, but it's only got 20,000 miles on it. So it's got nearly 18 years old and it's only got 3,000 miles on it. So this car belongs to a good friend and customer of ours, Dan Young. We've done lots of work on his vans over the years and supplied wheels and stuff for other vehicles as well. So Dan wanted us to help him build a show car. So this is Dan's car. He's had it for quite a while now and it's been relatively untouched and fairly standard until now. So we are going to get this car ready for ultimate dubs, hopefully, before it goes to plan. So Mitch is inside there now, stripping the back seats out for the air install. It's been into us previously for us to develop the air suspension kit for the 997. So you guessed it, it's having solo air suspension on it, custom Navis wheels. We're also getting all the seats trimmed for them. The front seats are being switched out. We're also doing new seatbelt colours for it as well, so it should be pretty special. This will be on our display, the Navis and Solo suspension display at Ultimate Dubs. So I'll hand you over to Mitch now, don't crack on with it, and we'll show you this beautiful 997 put together for this into Dan's show car. So you got a bit ahead of yourself, Mitch. So you got a little bit ahead of yourself.
Yes, I'm a little bit excited on this one because it's not structural. So yeah, we've stripped the interior so far. Door cards, we've got back door cards, seat belts on, colour change. The whole front is strip ready to sort of start retabling. And I found a really good look network. So next step, we can maybe pulling cables from both there, do ignition, control power, location, hit that button up, and then start building from install, which is just like the same car, 992, everything forward, but with a bit of a fancy little top cover, with ECU built into that, and then we're going to wrap in the truss strip, and then on with. Battery fuse box for this car is down in this kick panel, so I've just used the multimeter to find an ignition source that we can use for the air suspension ignition trigger. There is a spare fuse location that's populated of 1/2 fuse already that turns out to be an ignition pin. So I'm now stripping down this kick panel to get into the fuse box where I've got the right pins to go in the back, so we can put a fuse into the fuse box and just nice vacuum. So that's what we're there, and then once I've done that, I'm going to strip the console and run the cabling for control.
What's going on, everyone? Hope you're having a good day. Happy New Year to you. This is the last day of 2019, so I figured we would close it out right. And we would do a video today. 2 years ownership update on this puppy right here. I'm sorry it's not clean in here right now, but this is the 2-year update on the Magnuson Supercharger. It's actually a little more than 24 months. It's more like 26, 27 months. I apologize for the delay on that. But today we're going to talk about a couple things. Is the thing worth it? The answer is yes. I'm telling you right now, the answer is yes. It is absolutely worth it. I'm not tired of it. None of that. It's a lot of fun. But at the end of the day, 2 years in, does the novelty wear off? We're going to go over all that. We're going to take the truck for a ride in a minute. I just wanted to show it to you up front first. And everything it comes with. It doesn't just come with the supercharger. You get the air box with it. It comes with different spark plugs, fuel filter, stuff like that. It pretty much comes with everything you need. You got yourself an intercooler down in here. You wanted to see that right up front. Kind of makes it look pretty cool. But like I said, it comes with everything you need. It comes with I believe it's a 36,000 mile warranty from Magnuson that basically protects what you void from Toyota. So if you're interested, I'll talk about this throughout the video, I'm sure, a few times. I got this at Sparks Parts, where I have the promo code TundraDude34. That will save you 5%. Now, when you're spending money like this on a supercharger, which I think is just under $7,000, that 5% is going to make a little bit of a difference. So, like I said, if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, hit them up, sales@sparksparts.com. You could also contact me at TundraDude34@gmail.com. I'll give you any information that I have on this part, but overall, very satisfied. But let's take it for a ride and talk about it a little bit and see what you think.
essentially unchanged from 2007 to 2021. And while some might try to poke fun at a near 15-year run like that, when it's a Toyota, there's a damn good reason. These rigs are reliable workhorses with good looks to them. But as great of an engine as the 3URFE 5.7-liter is, most owners would agree that it can use a healthy bump in power across the entire power band, especially down low. And in recent years, Tundras have become increasingly more popular among off-roading and overlanding enthusiasts. As it turns out, larger tires, steel bumpers, sliders, skid plates, recovery gear, and rooftop tents aren't exactly lightweight additions. And if you think that a Tundra in stock form could use more power, wait till you've driven one with all this extra equipment weighing it down. Thankfully, there's a solution. One that adds serious power across the board, gobs of torque down low, making even the most weighed down rigs feel significantly more drivable and faster. Oh, and the best part? All of this is achieved without compromising on that amazing Toyota livability. Enter our Stage 1 Harrop Supercharged package for Toyota Tundra, Sequoia, and 200 Series Land Cruiser. And this package is built around the Harrop Engineering Supercharger system, which features the ETVS 2650 rotor pack. Yep, the exact same rotor pack for the 2020 GT500 and C7 Corvette 01. And this positive displacement design means that whether you're spinning the supercharger at 1 RPM by hand or 6,000 RPM by your engine, it's moving the exact same amount of air per revolution. Why does this matter for the driver? Well, it means that boost pressure is instantaneous when you hit the accelerator, no matter what RPM you're operating. And for the daily driven rig, think about what part of the power band you're using 90% of the time. Yep, the low to mid-range. And this supercharger gives you gobs of usable power where you'll be using it most. And for the street and trail alike, this results in significantly better performance under all driving scenarios, whether you're merging into traffic, cruising on the highway, or navigating a steep incline on-road. And supercharger aside, the system also includes everything else you need. Fuel system, heat exchanger, drive system, and all the other odds and ends. And our Stage 1 Harrop Supercharged package includes all of this and incorporates a custom calibration by HP tuners or VF tuner, depending on your specific gear. Now, let's follow along in the shop as Matt's well-equipped 2017 Tundra TRD Off-Road gets set up with our Stage 1 Supercharged package. But first, baseline dyno pools to get our starting point for horsepower and torque. Starting off with 297 wheel horsepower and 319 pound-feet of torque. Given that this truck produces 381 horsepower and 401 pound-feet of torque with the engine, we're looking at a drivetrain loss of about 84 horsepower and 82 pound-feet of torque. Frankly, not too bad considering the wheel and tire combination. Work wrapped up in the shop, she hits the diner to get dialed in by a VF. And with the calibration dialed in, output jumps up big time to 450 wheel horsepower and 454 pound-feet of torque. As peak gains of 153 wheel horsepower and 135 pound-feet of torque, with maximum gains coming in at 166 wheel horsepower and 145 pound-feet of torque. And just check out those low-end torque gains. Absolutely transformative. Now, adding the drivetrain loss we measured from our baseline dyno pools, that puts this Tundra up to right at 535 horsepower and 535 pound-feet of torque at the engine. Huge difference. And if you're ready for this level of proven performance on your Tundra, Sequoia, or 200 Series Land Cruiser, we're ready to help you get there. Reach out today to learn.
quick about this thing on the truck, okay? It's not cheap. We've gone over the pricing of this and everything. But after 2 years, has the novelty worn off? That's one of the questions. That's probably the number one question people ask me. After 2 years, are you over having a supercharger? Absolutely not. It's so much fun to drive this truck with the supercharger. The 5.7 V8 gives you plenty of power. But what this does is just bring the truck to a whole new level. You have to try one yourself. It's very hard to explain, but it really gives the truck just an amazing amount of power when you run. Here's a little something for you here, real quick. Not too bad. 40% throttle. It's amazing. 5,000 RPMs at 40% throttle right there. One thing that I love about the supercharger also, it's not intrusive, okay? When you want to hear it, you can hear it. But when you don't want to hear it, you don't hear it. When you're driving normal, right now, you don't hear anything. Even when I'm getting up to speed, you'll hear it a little bit. You'll hear a little bit of whine while you get up through the gears. But if I put my foot on it, you'll really, really hear it, of course. It's just not one of those parts that are overly annoying or anything like that.
Toyota engine rebuilders.
On today's episode of Watch Jericho, I gotta have a talk with y'all. This is why you should never rebuild an engine. What is going on, guys? I am Watch Jericho, and today I am here at Auto Recyclers of Kansas, which is where I usually buy my engines when they're for flip cars. So I've got a couple places I buy engines. There's some local guys that are really good at pulling whatever you need. And then there's these guys that almost every YouTuber in town uses when we have something cheap that doesn't matter. They have great prices and they pull the engines real fast. They just take
first overlanding trip since we put the 37s on it. So let's see how it goes. There it is. Alright, we found a really good spot earlier, and it's kind of a small piece of river, but on Onyx, it says this road leads to a big piece of river. So I'm going to forge through this road, see if it's drivable. So far, so good. And if we can get to a bigger river spot, we can make those changes. Now, the operation begins. Time to get boy. Okay, honey, bring her on forward. I'll be saying driver and passenger, so you know which direction. Driver, driver. There we go. Come on, driver. There we go. There we go. Perfect speed, babe. Good job. Come on. There's gonna be a lot of noises. Good job. Okay, don't worry about the noises. Driver, just a hair. Driver. Good job. Okay, don't turn yet. Keep going straight a little bit. Alright, now go passenger. Perfect. Passenger more, passenger. There you go. Passenger. It's gonna be a little cattywampus. It's gonna make you feel like you're gonna flip, but you're not. Well, little driver. Cool, stay there, stay straight. Passenger. Straight. Passenger. Passenger. That's great, man. How'd that feel? Easy, right? Alright, you saw Emily wheeling the Sequoia. This head is so dumb. Oh my god, but I need it out here because we're kind of exposed. Anyway, you saw Emily wheeling the Sequoia, and it was amazing. It actually did really good. A trail we were on was kind of narrow in some areas, but we went through it. But it took us to this spot right here. Let me show you guys. We got Sequoia, a little bit upwind and up sun to give us some shade at our camp. The shift pod blocks you from wind noise all night, so you don't hear much wind noise, and it keeps the temperature inside nice and regulated. So we're really excited to sleep in that. No diesel heater tonight, no heater, just down blankets. Emily's in the river, and she's about to fall. There are no lake monsters. Here's the setup of our camp right now. And you can see just right along the riverbank, and we're gonna get an amazing sunset later. Sun's gonna come down, cast some golden hour reflection off the water, take some photos. Camp's pretty primitive for the evening. We got a table, 2 chairs, scuttle, shift pod, and awning, and all the food inside the car is being kept cold by the fridge. So super simple setup. It's time for me and Emily to go for a dip. And there are hornets around, so we might see you again with some stings on our face, but who cares? We're gonna go for a dip real quick, and then next time we see you guys, we'll be for market dinner and taking some photos of this amazing sunset. Alright, content warning, you're about to see a very white Middle Eastern man jump in a freezing river in Washington. So if you're a viewer of sensitive imagery, look away for the next 5 minutes. It's pretty good.
breakdown of our camp. Emily is fly fishing during golden hour. I don't know if it gets any better than this. Probably you know, bye. Alright, she's gonna continue fly fishing, and we're gonna fire up some Korean barbecue. We got the Overland Vehicle Systems OBS 270 awning. And the awning is actually really great. I love this awning. I love that the legs come down. I love that the welds on the awning are like super beefy. I love that it can withstand its own weight and wind. What I hate about the awning are the extra awning poles go in an area right here that aren't threaded. And so when you put the extra awning poles in here from the kit, this moves up and down and they always fall. Like that's such a huge product design fail. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put nut certs inside these holes and make sure the poles fit perfectly from here because we're sick of the poles falling out of there. But other than that, the OBS awning is awesome. And around and show you the rig in this light. I might even have to bust out my film camera thing. This golden hour is insane. And the sun just hitting the sequoia. That's really what we got for camp. Now it's time for us to fire up some dinner. I'm gonna surprise Emily for birthday Korean barbecue, and she probably already knows, but who cares? She's really angry at the fish right now, so if she can bring one home, we might throw that into the dinner tonight too. What we did here was we bought all the Korean barbecue goodies from H Mart, and I kept it frozen inside its own bin. Look at that, with the glistening frozen is still. We're gonna throw it on the scuttle, and then after we put it on the scuttle, we have kimchi and we have tiger sauce, so we can just eat directly off the scuttle.
What side? You want to go to bed? Oh, girl. All of the sand.
By the way, pro tip, go to H Mart, buy these containers for your overlanding. They're $4. Keep them in your fridge, and they're sealed. In fact, our fridge does not smell like kimchi from these things. Man. This is a big unlock, isn't it? Look at how much kimchi we brought. It's a big unlock. Perfect, 2 cups is perfect. On our morning hike, we found an amazing spot. It's funny how when you get to a campsite and you just find a good spot, you settle. And if you get on your feet and explore, you might find some cooler stuff in the area. And we found the most amazing camp area. It doesn't mean we can't drive over there, drop a few fishing lines, fish for a couple hours before we head home.
noodles. And we had leftover beef brisket and also brought some eggs, so I just boiled it all together in the jet boil and look at this meal.
Epic meal.
Oh,
This is like the more sodium than you'll ever have all week in one trip.
100%.
Very excited for this meal. Now we're by a fire. Now we're at a river. All right, that wraps it up for our first overlanding trip in the Sequoia. This dumb hack can be put to rest. Emily looks cute, I don't. And now it's time to head home. Emily's gonna get some final footage of the water crossing. And overall, the Sequoia did pretty good. All the suspension arms that we replaced, all the sway bar end links, everything, no knocking, no rattling, super easy trail. We aired down to 25 and it actually just felt like a big couch. What a great overall birthday weekend.
So
all right, let's head home and relax and wrap the weekend up, what do you say? Thanks so much for watching. If you like the Sequoia content and actually us really off-roading it and you want to see more of it, let us know. We have some mods coming for the Sequoia to keep us overlanding, and we might come back to the spot in a couple weeks with some new stuff. So drop a comment and let us know if you like this episode. Otherwise, we'll see you guys on the next one, and thanks so much.
Old Spice, super hydration. Keeps me 24/7 moisturized and smells like a Fiji vacation.
Ooh. Can I try some?
Oops, looks like we're out of Old Spice.
Morning, Bob. Morning, Bobsy. And of course, it's raining. Ulan, man. Good night.
How often do you think about your
and then try to hold itself up at an angle, which is like, as we all know, dog shit. Like, you can't hold something up out at an angle. The way that Sherpa designs their mounts is all the weight goes on the bar, through the mount, and then to the vehicle. There is no bullshit like extending out, side hanging. If you have something super duper heavy on top up here, the load's gonna go to where it needs to go. The previous rack, the only thing that held the load onto the roof of the vehicle were two bolts that went here to the side rail. A lot of videos don't show you this. In fact, a lot of rack companies don't go through the procedure of why they engineered the rack they did. Now, this is going to sound like a crazy plug for Sherpa, and really it is, because I've had a Rhino rack before, and their quality's pretty high. I've had that Victory 4x4, and that quality's complete dog shit. This is how a rack should really work on your vehicle. Now I'm about to install the side rail, the props, and then put in more crossbars, and we're pretty much done. It's the next day. The install's been a little slower than I thought because, you know, life gets in the way, but whatever. It's the next day, it's Saturday morning, and we got all the tent mounts on the Sherpa rack ready to install the tent. These tent mounts keep the tent somewhat elevated off the bars. So the problem we have with the hardware, like touching the roof, should go away, because not only is now the tent elevated up a little bit higher, but also it's going to allow for easier access to get to the latches on the tent and open and close the tent. When the tent was sitting on the bars, the latches to open the tent on the previous rack would get in the way, and you couldn't actually open the latches. But now, since we're up a little bit, we should be able to access the latches at the tent. So that's a huge plus. They recommend that the middle mounts have double the both sides, because this is where all the load is happening on this bar here. I do have other bars to help stabilize it, but you can see that this is triangulated onto the actual mount, so they do double mounts on this one. Then as you move forward, you have this one again to help isolate the tent. We could have easily put these mounts all the way up here, but I actually wanted to put them in here, wanted to even the distribution of the load, and I didn't want to get them out too close to the edge of the rails of the tent, just in case something happens. I want to give myself just a little bit of leeway. So now what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to put the tent on top here, get underneath and tighten the hardware of all of these mounts, and we should be good to go. Alright, we are going 65 miles an hour on a smooth stretch of highway, and I wanted to give you guys a sense of the wind noise with the rack and the rooftop tent. Now, I know Sherpa is very famous for their racks being silent, so the rooftop tent up there kind of doesn't really do it justice. However, I'm going to be silent here for about 5 seconds, maybe 6 seconds, so you guys can just hear what it sounds like at 65 miles an hour. You can hear more engine noise than you can rack noise, which is huge. Now go ahead, Emily, open the thing. There's a little bit more wind noise up there because we opened the sunroof, but still not bad. In fact, we're having a conversation right now at normal volume.
And compared to what we had before, once we opened that, it's like, oh my gosh.
Another huge positive to the Sherpa system is those tent rails, or the tent mounts that elevate the tent off the bars just a little bit, prevent the tent from making a rattling noise when you go over little bumps. In fact, we don't hear any rattling up top anymore. Just smooth as eggs there. 9-day difference. All right, so now we're going to try and get to a spot and end the video there. Get rid of that roof rack is the load rating and the quality of that thing is just dog shit. Now that we have something that can handle the load of our tent, ourselves, and all of our gear, we're going to use it. Yes, we might become rooftop tent people. We might go back to a ground tent, but it's time for us to really enjoy the Condor 2 Overland from Roof Nest because it's going to be our first night in the tent. So that means the wife and I and the dogs are going to sign off. We're going to cook dinner. We're going to go to bed, and we're going to call it a night. So thank you so much for watching. If you do have questions on why we went with the Sherpa rack and go for the Victory 4x4 rack, drop us a comment below. If you want to know more about the tent, we will gladly do a whole video on the Roof Nest Condor 2 Overland tent. But until then, we're going to sign off and we'll see you guys in the next one. Which is the better overland vehicle for you? A GX 470 or a Toyota Sequoia? Second gen Toyota Sequoia.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless.
I remember when I was in my late teens and early 20s, I would draft up these build lists for my project car and my future project cars I didn't own yet, and I couldn't wait until I got older and made more money to buy all those parts and build all those cars. Well, that time has come. But of course, now I also have different priorities and responsibilities, so when it comes to some mods for my projects, I'll spend the dough. But for other mods that aren't as important, I'm still very budget-minded. There is no way I'm spending more than $500 for sound deadening an old project car, and that's what led me to Amazon Basics brand, which, when you see the results, I think you'll be as surprised as I am. right, we are back in the garage working on the Land Cruiser once again, and in the last episode we kind of got started on some interior mods and we installed the new touchscreen head unit and the speakers, and it's great to have audio, but what it did was it exaggerated the cabin noise and the rattling and the vibration. So today we're going to be installing sound deadening mat and closed cell foam to hopefully lower down those vibrations and make everything sound a little bit more pleasant within the cab, because right now it's a rattle trap in there. Now, I don't really know how much of a difference it makes in terms of like a measurement of decibels, but I can tell you right now, when I did it on the pickup and the 4Runner, this sound from the door, that super tinny sound was completely gone, and it makes the doors close with a lot more solid of like a thunk, and it reduces a lot of those vibrations and just random noises that you hear. So we're gonna hop in, start cleaning everything up, clean the carpet to get rid of what 31 years of just stank. That's gross. And start laying down all the sound deadening mat. Let's get to it. So real quick, let's address the elephant in the room. I'm sure I'll be asked about it. Why did I choose Amazon Basics? And I'll tell you exactly why. There's a company called Resonix, and they had a whole independent test study thing, testing their sound deadener against others. Of course they won. It's very expensive stuff that they have, but look at the Amazon Basics right there. It's doing just as good as basically everything else, if not better. So you see the kill mat right there, 7.25 decibel reduction. You have the Silas, Second Skin, Noiko, Smart Mat. They're all doing worse than the Amazon Basics. So that's why I chose this brand. I don't know what this is a clone of, but whatever it is, apparently they're doing a good job. So that's why we're using it. First thing we have to do before we can lay down the sound deadening mat is clean up these surfaces. This carpet that is stuck to the floor comes up pretty easy with just your fingers. You can kind of rub it to just kind of remove it. But for tougher spots, I use a wire brush, and that works really well too. You'll also notice the Land Cruiser already has quite a bit of factory deadener. Most cars have some deadener, or a lot. It depends on the car, but that doesn't mean that we can't benefit from this mod. For some testing. We have most of the interior removed. I mean, the front is still here, but the whole back of the truck is all torn out, and that's where most of the sound's going to come from, I think, and probably the doors. So right now we have one of the door panels off already, and the entire back of the interior torn out. So if there's going to be road noise, it's going to be right now. And I got this little decibel meter on my phone. I have no idea how accurate this is, but just sitting here right now, we're at, me talking apparently could get up to 79 decibels, which seems pretty freaking loud. So we're going to just go drive maybe 35, 40 miles an hour and just see what that decibel level is, and then compare it once we have all the sound deadening installed. All right, I'm just going to hold the phone back here somewhere so we can get the proper audio level, and we'll check what it is after. Looks like we're at about 71. Going 40 miles an hour. 73 is the highest that I've seen right now.
work than it seems. And it's pretty time consuming because you have to cut out your sheets to fit around all the tow hooks and the little seat latches and whatnot. Not to mention that you also have to roll this into every rib of the cargo area and kind of shape it to fit. So a little bit more time consuming than you would expect for something that's just a pill and stick solution, but I think it came out pretty good. Now we did put this directly on top of the factory sound deadening because honestly it's pretty nice and there's no reason to remove that. We're just adding a second layer on top of it, but if you wanted to, you could just put dry ice on here, wait a couple seconds, hit it with the hammer, and this will just all flake right off. Another thing I noticed when I was doing this job was that I had but a little bit of water in here that I had to clean up, and that must be coming from this window or some area here where it goes down the door jamb and flows into this area. So once we get the front pulled out, we'll see if there's any more, and we'll have to fix that to make sure we don't get any rust in these rocker panels. So now we're going to focus on these quarter panels because these do make a lot of noise. As you can hear, there's no factory sound deadening in there, so once we add the sound deadening mat into this area, it's probably going to be a lot bigger of a payoff than the cargo area since it already has the existing sound deadening. And then we're going to remove the rest of the interior, the door panels and everything else, and just keep moving forward until everything is sound deadened.
Y'all know Zipcar, right? And you're thinking, how much am I going to save? Well, I'm here to tell you, you're going to save a lot. We'll cover your first month of membership and gas. Well, the interior is completely removed out of the Land Cruiser, and I have to say, at this point, if I were to do this again, and what I would recommend to you, if you're going to do this project, is just do your doors and your quarter panels and save yourself the time. You're not going to get that much benefit from just doing the floors in this Land Cruiser, considering that everything, as I'm about to show you, is already sound deadened from the factory. And I guess it makes sense because the Land Cruiser and the LX, you know, back in the 90s were pretty like luxury vehicles for what they were. So they're going to be a little bit better sound deadened than something that's more of an economy vehicle. And yeah, I would probably just stick to the doors and the quarter panel. So as you can see, everything is already very well sound deadened in here. This black tar material is achieving just that. So we're going to lay down the sound deadening anyway since I bought it, but I really don't think, as I said, that we're going to see much difference here. Where we're going to see it a lot is the doors and the quarter panels, as I already said. So if you listen to this door, that thing is completely hollow inside. As we know, it's just a door skin. There's no sound deadening in there. So we'll definitely get a lot of benefit from that. But as for all of this, yeah, maybe just save your time, because this is a lot of work. So what I'm going to do now, since the day's kind of ending and I need this carpet to dry, is I'm going to start cleaning the carpet, so by the time tomorrow rolls around, this is not sopping wet. If your project car has that old car smell, you know what I'm talking about. You need to clean the carpet. It's probably safe to assume that that carpet hasn't been cleaned in the last 30 plus years, and it's absolutely fine
nasty, trust me, clean it. It is now day 3 of the sound deadening project. As you can tell, and as I've said, this is a lot of work, a lot more than it seems. You can see we have the entire interior ripped out of here, but I have been making a lot of progress today off camera. So I got this entire rear passenger area done, that door, and the driver floor pan since I've been out here today working on this. So all we really have left to do is the passenger floor pan and the rest of the doors. Now, I did have to tear off the plastic weather barrier on that door, which is fine because I have to replace the window motor in both these back doors anyway, but I'm probably going to have to destroy that thing on the other doors too. And Toyota sells that replacement plastic, or I could just use something else, so it's not really that big of a deal. So I've been using this wire brush to just kind of scrape up this existing carpet backing that's glued to the floor. And once I get all that off, we can lay down the rest of the sound deadening on the passenger side, and then our second layer, which is that closed cell foam, and then finish up the doors as well. So I'm probably just going to put you guys up on the tripod in the time lapse and get to work, and I'll see you guys once we get to the doors. Two areas I noticed a lot of sound coming from was the center console area right here where the shifter and the e-brake are, and behind the dash where the firewall is. So if I ever can pull the dash off and can sound deaden that firewall, we're going to notice a lot of difference, but also doing the center console area, we should notice some big gains here. So we got all the sound deadening installed, and now we can focus on the second layer, which is this closed cell foam. So this foam is supposed to absorb sound and also provide some sort of insulation factor. Now this first layer, I don't think this actually blocks any noise. I think the point of this is to reduce like resonant sound. So when a door sounds like this, it absorbs that noise essentially and blocks like vibration and that kind of sound. Now this foam is going to absorb sound waves, I believe. And now I'm a novice with this. I'm not some expert sound editor, but I don't think this actually blocks sound. I think it absorbs sound. If you actually want to block sound, I think you need to lay down some sort of rubber mat or match-loaded vinyl or something like that. But we're not going to go that far. We're just going to put on the second layer and call it good. So get the driver's side. Now we're going to the passenger side. I'm going to put some of this behind each speaker in the doors too, since you know I might as well. And we're just going to push this box as far as it'll go. We'll only have one box of it. If we can get the whole truck, we will. If not, then whatever. So let's get to it.
projects were my time to shine.
Got an average of 65 right there on that little stretch, going 35 miles an hour. That's a big difference. That's what, 6-7 decibels of difference right there compared to before the sound deadening. That's actually really good, and I can definitely tell inside the cab of the truck for sure. Well, as you guys saw, there was about a 6 decibel, 7 decibel reduction right there after installing all the sound deadening map throughout the truck. Now, also, one of the things we have to consider is there's no interior back there, so if I were to toss in the seats and everything else, we're probably
probably going to get a little bit more sound reduction. And just from driving this thing around, I can definitely tell that it's quieter than it was. Especially a lot of that like metal tingy sound is gone from the doors and the quarter panels that I would hear pretty often when driving this. And yeah, for the money spent, I think this is totally worth it. It takes a lot of time to install it. This is probably a solid 3-4 days of work to get everything clean, everything removed out of the truck, and then, or the other way around, everything moved out of the truck and everything clean, and then laying down on that sound deadening mat. It takes a lot of time, so definitely put a couple of days aside if you're going to do something like this. With that said, that's going to wrap up this video. Let me know what other interior mods you want to see in the Land Cruiser. I have
30-second strobe bit, and that should just give us the clearance we need here. Alright, easy peasy. Now let's see if this little guy slides through nicely. And good. There's still some resistance, but it's in there nicely. We're going to do no ground on this one. And just put it in like that. We're also going to need provisions to make the wires go through. So I'm going to drill some holes. Probably looks like in here. This is already a bigger hole to allow these wires to pass through. You don't really need much, just enough to allow the wires to pass through. need to get super tight. I'm not trying to crank on it just enough so it's not this optional step, just a nice finishing touch. Let's see if the bolt cover goes in that hole. Oh, and it does. Nice. One side is done. Let's move on to the other side. Alright, the lights are in and they look mean. Now we have two options here. We can wire these up as reverse lights, and the easiest way to do that is to tap into the harness here from towing. And the cool thing is the towing little cover will tell you exactly what wire to use if you're going to do them. Right stop and turn would be the bottom one. Running lamps will be the top right one. Left stop and turn would be the middle top one. And then backup lamps, that's the one we're looking for, is the dead center pin. You can see it there. So if you can tap into that dead center pin, as soon as you put your truck in reverse, those should turn on, assuming they're grounded. But we're not going to do that. I don't want these to be backup lights. That's not what I'm looking for here. I want to be able to turn these on when I want to turn them on, even if I'm moving forward. And so I'm going to wire these to our Garmin power switch up front. So not only does it give me the ability to turn them on, let's say if I'm backing up, but they act as somewhat of a chase light off-road. Now before you go crazy, I know chase lights should be up high. I have one light up there for that. And the Sequoia already sits, I'd say, 4 feet up off the ground. So there's going to be dust and everything there, but the trade-off for me is these aren't necessarily like Gunna One Baja chase lights, and in fact, I should put another one up on top. This is going to be more of a scene light for camping, a scene light for backing the rig up if we need it. Nothing is worse than getting to camp and having all your light in the front of the rig and having nothing in the back of the rig. Sometimes you just want to go out and go to the restroom. Sometimes you want to get to the back of the rig. Sometimes you want to do something behind the rig. And just by throwing those lights on wherever we're at will really help a ton, and they spread out the beam. So that's why I'm choosing to make them that location, that low, and to be on a switch that I command. It's totally up to you. You can put them anywhere. You can put on more than just two. And you can wire them into your car if you want as a reverse light. So now that you know how to do that, we're going to move forward with the install. What we have to do.
So what's the best way for a woman over 40 to lose belly fat? This is a great way for women to lose weight, right?
And this is also an amazing do. If you somehow connect these lights to each other, ground them out, and then run the wire all the way to the front. Do you remember when I said the KC highlights come with pigtails and leads? This is what the leads are going to come in handy. I'm going to go ahead and connect everything where it needs to be connected to. That way it gives me 2 stripped wires, so I don't have to start super close to the light. And I have room to zip tie them out of the way. I'm just going to plug this in right here, and then we'll start with somehow bridging the 2 lights together. Alright, we're going to fast forward about an hour's worth of work, maybe about 30 minutes. And what we did here was we hooked up the positive and negative with the pigtails and the lead. Then we tucked the wire all the way under the bumper. There's like a foam insert in here. You go up and under there, zip tied as well as you can. Go over the trailer hitch. Come on over to the side. Of course, the sun wasn't out, so now the lighting is pretty harsh. Then what we did was we used one of these 2-to-1 connectors, and we bridged positives and negative. Well, not bridged, but we connected the positive from the other side of the positive of this light, the negative from the other side of the negative of this light, and then we made those 2 channels into 1 channel. Then we have those channels main, positive, negative, and also, just so you know, I upped the gauge of the wire because when you're traveling this far with electrical current, you always want to up the gauge of your wire. So we upped the gauge of the wire, and we found a grounding point right here for our platinum airbags. Now, if you don't have airbags, the cool thing about this frame or towing area is there's actually a lot of threaded bolts or threads already in the frame, and you could literally just clean up a thread and throw a bolt in there and you'll be fine for ground. But since we already had this access here and it was on the frame, I'm taking 150 grit sandpaper and I'm really cleaning up all the rust here, making the metal nice and raw, and then I'll put the bolt back in with an end on it to ground it out. Then I had the red cable and I ran the red cable all the way to the front of the rig, which I'll show you more in a second, but I wanted to give you a second to I said, and one of these likes to be on the switch, and so that means this wire has to go all the way to the front of the vehicle. All right, you saw how we wired up the back. Highly recommend grounding it somewhere back there. And then we took a thicker gauge wire and ran it all the way to the front. What we're going to do is we're going to pair it with our Garmin power switch, and I'm going to take it into option 3, and then hopefully everything works. The cool thing about this way excavator is it's massive, right? And so if you're going to run a wire up, you have a lot of channels already where you can bring the wire up through and like tidy it and tuck it. And so I brought the wire up through, looks like we got some air conditioning lines and some other wires for the engine bay, but I'm actually going to tidy this up and try to make this a little more hidden so you don't just see a red wire going over all the stuff here. Maybe I'll route it back around the brake booster. Maybe I'll even come through here and then up so you don't actually see it. And we're going to go ahead and wire it to the Garmin here and then just plug in the connection. The Garmin's super simple. You just pull the lid, get a little connector, whatever color you want, put it on whatever channel you want. These are switches for channels, so you can do custom function of the switches. I'm going to throw this on channel 3 because it's the easiest to do. Fingers crossed, everything works. Stick in fingers. Ugh. All right, we just hooked it up with channel 3. Emily, can you do me a favor? Look in the back of the car. I'm going to manually turn them on. Tell me if they're on. 1, 2. Oh, that's a great reaction. Oh, wow. That is awesome. Wow. I love that ring light. Yeah. You said they kind of look like backup lights? Great. We can turn them on manually when we back up. That looks cool. These are the amber lenses, but Casey allows you to get different color lenses. And frankly, I think I'm going to get a different color lens if they sell it. Because this, even though it's like orangey, doesn't quite match a lot of designs that we have that are more like yellow. Yeah, this looks more like a trailer light than it looks like an actual designated chase light. So I'm probably going to switch the color on these, but now that they're in, they're not going anywhere. They're nice and solid in front of the bumper. They're all wired up. Look, mint. Oh, wow. It looks so good during the daytime. It's a good job. Sick. That is awesome. In fact, they're super bright. Justice. Definitely bright enough for night for a chase light. I know the dust is thicker on a lot of things. That looks amazing. Also, it makes it really great to have on rear fog. Out here in Washington, sometimes I'll have a warning for behind us. Man, that's right. It actually fixed the off. That wraps up this video. Thanks so much for watching. This was a super quick one. Easy job. $25 each per light, so $50 total. Some wiring, and you can turn them on and off with the tap of your phone or from inside the car, however you wire them up. Super stoked on how this turned out. Actually saw a few viewers and fellow second-gen owners over the Expo BMW. Really great seeing some fellow big tree owners out there in the wild. Other than that, have a great day. I'll see you guys in the next one.
at how perfect that weld was. Let me show you more so you can be big, strong American welder. I'll take that every day of the week. Wow, kind of surprised me there. I'm not gonna lie to you. Wow, okay. So I hope you guys appreciate the fake Temu ad that I had to put in front of this. There's nothing wrong with Temu. I don't have any problems with Temu. This is not sponsored by Temu by any means. But a lot of their stuff is just so cheap that it's almost unbelievable what they have. And they have maybe the cheesiest commercials I've ever seen. It's always like over the top. I've done a couple of these where I bought just super cheap welders, super cheap paint guns. And one of their welder videos, there's literally like a girl and she's just holding it and it's welding perfect.
Electric welder for $10.39. Limited time.
No mask, no nothing. It's obviously just edited in. I had to do that for you. Here's the real story. Like I said, I always buy weird, cheap shit. I've done a couple different welders. Temu, Amazon. Temu just always seems to have the cheapest ones. And to be completely honest with you, a lot of the stuff is pretty good. I wouldn't put it up there with the best welder I've ever used or the best paint gun I've ever used, but you can definitely get by with it. Like $4 paint gun, $5 paint gun, works great. It's comparable to like a cheap Harbor Freight $9.99 gun. Now, half the time the Harbor Freight gun is easier to get, it's cheaper, free shipping, you can go pick it up from the store. Temu just runs these crazy deals where stuff will be like 90% off sometimes, and what I have found on there is if something first gets introduced, like while the quantities are high, it's really cheap. I picked up a handheld wire feed welder. I saw the ad and I was like, that's crazy. I have a handheld stick welder, which made more sense to me because it's just an electrode. The wire feed handheld just blew me away. I was like, how does that work? It didn't say it was gasless at the time, but it is. It's flux core, which a lot of guys use flux core. I usually just use gas because I'm more of a fabricator. Flux core is kind of messy, kind of dirty, but it'll 100% get the job done. So I wasn't even sure that it was gasless. So I was like, how the hell do you put the bomb to it? That's what my main question was. And whenever it first popped up for me, it was $62. I took a screenshot of it, but like everything on Temu, I get some sort of a discount, some sort of like a first app user discount, and whenever the quantity started going lower, it just got more and more expensive. I checked a couple weeks later, it got up to 80, and last week I made a video on this. I was actually working on my lowrider van, and I needed to weld a couple bumper brackets on, I needed to weld the throttle cable on, and I'm out of argon in my other welder, my Eastwood welder. So I said, screw it, let's give this thing a shot, see what happens. It worked out okay, it was fine. I threw the video up online, on Instagram, Facebook, and it blew up. It's got a couple million views, everybody's going crazy. Here's the thing, whenever I uploaded this a week ago, they were like $120 now, and I think that's what they are still, unless you can pop into Temu and catch some of those weird daily discounts that they do. But I paid $62 for it. There was another one on there 2 or 3 days ago that I believe was $79.99. So I think that's there for to produce more. They're coming back down in price. But here's the thing: $60 welder. Let's give it a shot. See what it is. Flux core welders can be had very cheap. I've never really bought one before, but I know a lot of places sell them for like $100, $150. And flux core just basically has your flux or your gas that protects oxygen from getting to your weld and making it all shitty. On flux core, it's in the wire. It's already over the wire, just like it would be on like a stick welder, the electrode. It has a covering on it, so you don't need any gas. You can just fire it up and go. A lot of people assume this was 220. It's not. It's 110. Just plugs into a standard outlet. What it is, it has a plug-in, and it has a ground strap. Obviously, a piece of metal needs grounded to take a weld. And then on the back of it, or in front of it rather, it has wire speed and volts. I haven't really played with the wire speed or anything. I don't even know what that button does, and I don't know what that button does. Flux 08, Flux 09. No clue what that even means. So yeah, what we're gonna do, I welded a bumper bracket with it that was 1/8" thick steel, and then the little throttle cable bracket that I made for it was, maybe 16 gauge. A lot of people are asking about sheet metal. Will it work with sheet metal? Can you go thicker stuff with it? Obviously, if I was welding a truck frame, I wouldn't grab this welder. I would go for something bigger.
sticker, but I think it will be fun to try it out, see what it does. Let's max it out, see how it is, and just see if we can't see how nice the welds are, see what we can do. I am 100% not the best flux core welder on the planet. I'm certified in MIG and TIG, not certified on flux core, not certified on stick weld. So I still know how to weld and how to get everything together, but flux core is kind of its own little thing. Now, a lot of guys love it. It seems to burn hotter than a regular weld, but it's just not as pretty because the flux kind of just gets in the weld. It can be kind of porous. See what we can do with it, see if I can't learn a little bit better for flux core welding myself, and yeah, see if you guys should buy one. Right off the bat, I'll tell you right now, just for what I've used it, if you can find one for the $60 range, $70 range, like I got it, I would 100% jump on it. Let's fire it up and see what happens. I don't know, might suck. So, we're going to do our weld test, and I'm going to give it the best chance you can, just as I would any weld. Everything is cleaned up, ground down, got nice clean metal. Don't weld over rust and paint, guys. It does not work out very good in the long run, I promise. Whether you're using a really good welder or a shitty welder you bought as a troll. I have 18 gauge sheet metal for 1/8 inch plate, 1/4 inch plate, and then 1/2 inch plate. Now, I don't know what you might want to use this stuff for, but I'm a hot rod builder. I build cars. I almost never need to weld 1/2 inch plate. I mean, a handful of times will I ever need anything that thick. About everything on a car is 1/4 inch, 3/16, something like that. I mean, airbag brackets, all the suspension stuff, none of it is just that heavy duty. Let me see if I can show you. Here we go. Airbag brackets, 1/4 inch plate, 1/4 inch plate, 1/4 inch on the 4-link. So yeah, if you're wanting to do tractor work, you're going to need some 1/2 inch plate, but that is not something I'm ever using. And if I was working on a tractor, I don't know that I would buy a $60 handheld wire welder. But let's see. We're going to start with the sheet metal and just work our way up and try and make some good welds. Like I said, not a great flux core welder, but hopefully we learn some shit while we're doing this. I've never actually sat down and tried to dial the settings or anything on a flux core welder, so that's what we're going to do. Let's go. One says volts and one says amps. How does it say V and A? One should be speed. Alright, we're going to go in the middle and see what happens.
New Tic Tac Chewy isn't what you expect. A candy glaze and fruity flavor and a hard outer shell. Got soft on the inside.
Alright, to be honest with you, that is a little too hot. But that's pretty damn good. See how dirty it looks? That's all flux that needs to come off. I'm going to hit the wire field real quick and look at it. Oh, that's warm. Damn. It's almost like I just welded it. Not bad. I could weld it better if it was gas, but I mean, that's pretty damn good. Full penetration through the bag, plenty deep to the bottom. That is a perfect weld. Not a perfect looking weld, but a perfect weld. That actually is pretty great, to be completely honest with you. I burnt through right there. Better than I expected, to be honest with you. Okay, now here's the only thing. Still don't know what these mean, but I'm like, what do you think, 60% turned up? And that was sheet metal, so let's crank it a little bit more, not go too crazy, and let's get our 1/8 inch. I think with the thicker shit, you should probably slow down. I don't like to weld very slow, but that's not bad. This one is super hot. We got full penetration in the back, a lot of heat in the bottom. Not bad at all. Let me go cool this off. Shit, I'll be honest with you, that looks fine. That's not bad at all. Need to slow down a little bit. I don't know if you do a different pattern with flux core than you do solid wire or MIG. Because I usually do C's or circles. But that ain't bad at all. A lot of heat. Actually kind of, oh wow. Got so much heat in there we almost warped it. Ooh, that's not bad. I'll take both of those every day of the week. Now, we gotta bump it up to the heavy duty shit, and I do not know how it's gonna do with that. My expectations are very low on this one. So my mic died here, and I'm probably saying something extremely smart, witty, funny, because I'm amazing. But in reality, I think I'm talking about how I have no clue where the settings go on this thing. So we turned it to like 60% for sheet metal, turned it to like 70% for the 1/8 inch, and the 1/4 inch I just turned it like 90% almost all the way up. Shit! The battery died on my mic, so I'm gonna probably be doing a lot of voiceover on this. My bad. 1/4 inch plate actually looks really good. Very surprised. I didn't think it was gonna do the 1/4 inch plate. Really good heat. Penetration through the back, you can see it. You can also see some of the weld coming through. That is very surprising. I did not think it was going to do the 1/4 inch. And I'll be honest with you, 1/4 inch looks better than the 1/8 inch. Probably because I stayed in there a little bit longer, but you can see right there, it's just so awkward that, you know, you're holding a welder. But, not bad. I was going to say there's no chance it's doing 1/2 inch, but maybe there is now, because that worked out all right. Let's see what happens. I just tacked it to hold it in place, and I think we might be good, to be completely honest with you. Ha! Let's see. Holy shit! Ah, now look, we didn't get a heat signature on the back. But I think we're welded. I'm gonna go pull it off, hit it with a wire wheel. I think we're good. I didn't think it was even gonna try that, but I don't know. We'll find out real quick. That's not bad. A little cold, but not bad. Normally whenever you're welding something this thick, you would put a bevel on it so your weld can get in there, but I didn't want to put a bevel on it so I could look at it from the side real good. There's our 1/2 inch. There's our 1/4. 1/4 was the best. I think, obviously since I don't know the settings great on this thing, I think the settings were just best for the 1/4 inch. The 1/8 inch isn't bad. Sheet metal's fine. Doesn't look good. It was by far the hottest weld. Yeah, I mean, I would, if you're doing like 1/4 panel repair, I would trust that in a heartbeat. That's fine. No big deal. I tried to keep it small because you don't want a lot of weld whenever you're doing sheet metal work. You want to be able to grind it down easy for paint and stuff. So, I mean, sheet metal's 10 out of 10. 1/4 inch, 10 out of 10. I would give this like an 8. It's not bad. I just should have stayed in it a little bit longer. This weld, even though these are roughly the same length, this weld probably took me twice as long maybe. I just kind of stayed in it a little bit more. That's what I should have done for that. This I would give like a 2 out of 10. We definitely hit the max output that we can get on this machine, but I think we beveled the edges. It might have worked out okay, so this might be operator error, but it's difficult to choose. And I want to test one more thing before we're done. This thing has a, I don't know actually, 6-foot cord maybe? And every welder, when you run it on an extension cord, will lose some of your amperage. I want to run it on an extension cord to see what it looks like. Even good welders, you have an extension cord, it can mess with stuff. But since this one is handheld, I can see being in a lot of places where you would need an extension cord just to get to wherever you're going. Like if you're welding, you know, under a dash. My lowrider van that I had over there, I didn't need an extension cord just because I happened to have a close plug-in to it, so it worked out okay, but an extension cord would have been needed 90% of the time. All right, final test. We have the welder hooked up on a 10-foot.
850. nothing I would like more.
overland stuff, I'm not really into overlanding. No, I'm going to recommend 5 mods that's going to help everybody, top to bottom, on second-gen Sequoia ownership, no matter what you do with the vehicle. The first upgrade I'm going to recommend are upgrading the headlights. Now you have a lot of choices here. The most popular ones are Morimoto or Alpha Rex, but you can do anything you want. The reason why I'm saying you should upgrade the headlights is because, one, the factory headlights end up getting a little bit hazy over time, and they are not a projector, they're just a regular dispersed beam. If you got the later generation second gen, you already have upgraded factory headlights, and those things are sick, and you can probably ignore this one. Second gen Sequoia, or I think before 2015, you're going to want to upgrade those headlights. I have the Alpha Rex ones, and I really like them. Yeah, they are a replacement that isn't factory, so you gotta do some extra wiring. Yeah, the quality control on the wiring isn't so good, but I can honestly say, after 2 years, these things don't leak. The light output is still incredible. The LEDs around the light still work fantastic, and I still get compliments on them everywhere. The second thing you're going to want to upgrade on your second gen Sequoia, no matter what year you have, is you're going to want to upgrade the brakes, specifically the front brakes. Now, these cars are big, heavy vehicles, and a lot of people do big, heavy things with them. Not only do they load them up with family members, luggage for road trips, but people tow with these cars, people even off-road with these cars, and at the very minimum, you're going to want to get yourself an upgraded padded rotor set. I have the PowerStop C36 kit. Do I wish I upgraded more than that? Yes. I wish I switched out the lines to braided steel braided lines, because I just want that extra pedal feel firmness. Honestly, the PowerStop kit has done very well for me. Put on some great miles on it, done regular maintenance, and I can really feel the difference. But just to go one step further, highly recommend braided, stainless steel braided lines plus upgraded rotors and pads. These are heavy vehicles. People do a lot of big demands out of these cars, and upgraded brakes is a huge benefit for daily driving, for off-roading, for almost everything. Now the third thing I'm going to recommend you upgrade are the floor mats. Now these are the Toyota kind of tough floor mat, and while these are an upgraded version of the Toyota floor mat, I'm going to be completely honest with you, I don't like that there's a seam here open with the carpet, so even when you get in with your shoes or boots or whatever, you still have some mud that can go here. I do not like that there's an opening underneath the gas pedal right there on the carpet to wear away at the carpet and make it seam and look extra dirty, and I don't like that the dead pedal isn't covered. I highly recommend you switch to something like this Husky liner here. As you can see, there's coverage all the way to the door sill. Underneath the gas pedal's covered, doesn't impede any of the pushing of the pedals, and you have a tray shape to trap all the dirt. On top of that, you can get these floor liners for the back seats and the rear compartments as well. I only have the fronts in right now. I didn't order the rear, but I highly recommend that you at least upgrade the front. Now I know this is going to spark a debate between Team Husky or Team WeatherTech. I'll be honest with you, I really don't care. I have WeatherTechs in some cars, I have Huskies in other. To me, it doesn't matter as long as there's a liner in there. The best part about it, because this shares the same front cab as a crew cab Tundra, you can get so many other brands, like off-brands, like 3D Mats, or I think even some Chinese manufacturers are now making floor liners for the front of the car. So there's tons of options out there. I went with Husky. Highly recommend you do at least something keeping with the interior of the car. The fourth upgrade I highly recommend you make if you have a second gen Sequoia is upgrading the head unit to a CarPlay equipped model. You hear the car beeping right now because the door's open. I went with this Sony unit from Trail Grid Pro. It's very expensive. I don't recommend getting it from there. There are some newer models out there like Atoto or even other brands that are a lot cheaper. This all set in and goes over $900. To be completely honest with you, when I first bought this unit, there were no other options out there other than the Phoenix radio, which I would never do in any car. And I was forced to spend the $900 so I could get CarPlay on the road while I'm driving and link things like Onyx and whatever to my navigation unit. I don't think you need to spend $900 anymore, but you do need to upgrade as much as you can. Another reason why I like this unit, even though it's super expensive, is it brings the radio closer to my hand, and of course it has steering wheel controls. But highly recommend that you upgrade at least your head. And then finally, the last upgrade I recommend that you do is a tune. Now for those of you who have followed the channel, we got a tune on this car a long time ago, and I made a video somewhere here that said tunes really aren't worth it, and there was no big difference. But I have to say, my buddy over at Modded by Phil redid the tune for the 5.7 liter Toyota V8, and oh my god, this thing is punchy, it's fast, I'm on stop gearing, and I still get 6 seconds, 0 to 60 times. Start. Ready, set.
If you're sharing a hotel room with friends, you're also sharing a bathroom, and a mirror, and a tiny hairdryer, and an outlet, and a tiny counter. Get an Airbnb and get more space.
Gas mileage is fantastic. I average around 12 to 13 on the highway. For me, that's giant for this huge car on 37s with a bumper that's lifted, with a roof rack. Like, that's incredible. And on top of that, it just feels a lot better to drive around town. If you're looking for that very last mod that'll really make you enjoy driving these cars all over town, highly recommend a tune. There's an OTT tune you can get for these cars. It's super popular. Modded by Phil does a tune, and I'm sure there's other people who do tunes for these things. It works in all areas. Even if you don't overland it, even if you don't off-road it, a tune is fantastic. Alright, that's it. Those are my 5 recommendations for your first mods, or first upgrades on the 2nd gen Sequoia. You can see my vacuum there because I just installed the floor mats and that in the car for the video. But it doesn't matter how you use your 2nd gen. You can be an overlander, you can be a family car, you can be an off-roader, you can tow boats with it. Those 5 upgrades would really help all across the board. Headlights for visibility, tune for drivability, floor mats for durability, radio for CarPlay, oh, and brakes for stopping power. I mean, honestly, those are just all great things to do. There are other upgrades you can make to these cars to really specify it for what you need, but that's not what this video is about. If you're looking for overland mods or off-road mods, I can make another video for y'all. Those 5 should get you going, and you'll really start to enjoy the 2nd gen Sequoia after you make the upgrades. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you guys on the next one.
That's my speed right here. That's my speed right here. Let's go. In this video, 1 Sequoia and 5 Land Cruisers go up a mountain.
Stop it. We're not saying that on camera. If that isn't the amazing start of a video, I don't know what is. Obviously, that Sequoia is the oddball out here. Holy shit, that looks sick. This is incredible. We had to pose for a photo, and my stupid apartment on wheels is blocking the view, so apologies for that. Our buddy Chance just picked up this little guy, this little absolute unit from Japan, and it's got front and rear lockers, and this is its maiden voyage, and it's in good company. Corey just picked up this bad boy, because also its inaugural trip, just threw on the wheels and tires last week, and it's loving it over here. Our route for the day takes us through the Cabin Creek area of the Cascades. I'd never done this trail before, but the boys have done it, so I'm going to trust them to lead. One of the big features of this trail are all the water crossing, and that's due to a huge landslide from part of the trail that eroded, forcing you down into the river to complete the trail. It should be a fun day, so let's get after it. Now that we're done with our stop on the side of the road, let's mosey onto the spot. I've never been here before, so I'm following the lead of my fellow Toyota brethren. Of course, I'm the odd man out here in the Sequoia, but who cares? This is really cool. If only I had a drone to show you guys this ridge. This is unreal. Oh my god. This is so dope. Wow.
This new Special Forces device turns men into beasts. It burns calories on autopilot by emulating 10,000 punches in 10 minutes. Healthy belly fat without rigorous diets or lengthy workouts. It's called Tactile.
Fun fact, I haven't actually switched out of two-wheel drive once on this trail. All of this you could do in two-wheel drive, at least on 37s in a Sequoia. Like if you had a Camry, it might be a little hard. If you have like a Tacoma with like a pretty decent sized tire on it, maybe even a stock tire, you should be fine. Alright, now that we're down from the ridge, we're getting into some of the real thick foresty stuff, and you can see here there are some rock slides that have gone on this trail. Now today there's been a lot of rigs on this trail, but definitely it's definitely getting tighter, and it's definitely getting a little bit more technical to get to the spot we're hoping to find. Now we do have 6 rigs, so that's a lot of people trying to look for the same spot. Hopefully we can find a spot on a river or on a creek that can fit 6 rigs, but man oh man, it is getting real fun in here now that we're down from the ridge. This has been the same trail the entire time. Tons of turnouts, tons of areas to camp and park, but I think we're all got water on the mind and we're trying to camp near some water. So we're gonna keep moseying, and we'll see where we end up. We pulled over to do some trail maintenance on Kurt's Land Cruiser. Seems like his air filter might have been a little temperamental from all the dust, so the engine was cutting out. But we found a nice little shaded spot to do so next to a creek, and we're about halfway through our journey. I wish I had a drone to show you guys exactly what we've been seeing, but it's been quite epic. But now that we're pulled over, you can actually see the lineup against the forest instead of on a cliff. So let's walk you through the cars. We got Kurt's 80 here. He's got the Bing in hand doing an air filter. We got Mark's Turbo 80 here. Then we got Zach's, I think that's a 60. I could be wrong. You guys are that is sick with the JDM graphics on it. Fender flares, you can hear the turbo diesel humming, and to make things even better, little TEs on this bad boy, in the right size, in the right era, looking so fresh. We'll cruise on down. As you can see, the Sequoia sticks out like a sore thumb amongst all the Land Cruisers, but we're all Toyota bros, so we're having a great time. We got Corey's 100 series next to the porta potty. It's fantastic. And then we got the big trail whale trying to do her best to keep up. And then we got another 60 back over here. Turbo Dieselmite.
The rowdy old shelf road right there.
The route we're taking today takes us over Stampede Pass, into Tacoma Pass, and then down into Cabin Creek. And once you get down into Cabin Creek, there's a lot of private and then public property lines, so you gotta be super careful where you finally end up. But this was amazing.
get here, we had to do an insane river crossing. The solitude and this big opening that fits 6 rigs is totally worth it. It's not very often you can find such a big clearing that can fit 6 rigs, and we got it here. Now it's time for us to settle into the night, camp, relax, maybe go fishing, maybe go swimming, and continue on with the adventure.
At this point, we had all been moving for about 4 or 5 hours. We're pretty tired, but it's a good time for us to just take things slow at camp and really enjoy where we are. I mean, no rush to make dinner, no rush to set up anything. My buddy Chance, who owns that 60 there, is a fantastic photographer, and he spent some of the evening time taking photos of our rigs, and I'll insert them here. They were absolutely incredible. So if you have a chance, give them a follow. Other than that, we all just kind of settled in, did our thing. We went swimming, caught a few fish. They were too small to eat, so we just threw them back, and that was it. Now it's time for us to catch some seas, eat some food, and prepare for the next day. Here seem to have been stuck where this bridge goes. I have a feeling we can detour left and around it. There are some roads to the right, believe it or not, but there is no way we're driving on that. That is death. We could do it. We could do it? Oh, I love it. We could do it. Snoqualmie Pass in Washington. We're all headed to our respective homes. It's time for us to skedaddle on out of here and hit the road. Thank you guys so much for watching. The Sequoia has probably done some of the hardest things it's ever done in this video. And I can't wait to get this car up on the lift and see if I did any damage, because I hit the frame on some rocks in those rivers. If you want to see more Sequoia content of us taking this thing out and really putting it to the test, drop us a comment and let us know if you have any questions on any of the parts on the car or the build. Drop it.
Driving on a BCH, living in a moment. Long summer nights, we're staring at the ocean. Sitting on a island where the sun sets gold. No universal, good as bad, we're playing. On my stage, room, on my set. Driving on a BCH, living in a moment.
unveiling the car, like revealing the car again. I can't get over it. It looks brand new. It's like it came out of the factory in Japan. Alright, welcome back to Aussie Armos. Now, last time you would have seen we gave underneath this car a lot of attention. We did suspension, we repainted the front diff, and while it's looking pretty good, there's still a whole lot of dirt and grime under there that really needs attention paid to it. I don't want to give the whole top side of this car love, but forget about the underneath. So we're down here at carbon blast, dry ice blasting now. If you've heard about dry ice blasting, it's like magic. You can essentially turn the underneath of the car looking brand new again. So that's what we're hopefully going to do here today with the 80 series. So we'll get it in there, get up on the hoist, and we'll show you what we're doing. Alright, so we're inside now, and I'm here with Marte now. He's kind enough to let me bring my filthy 80 series into his nice clean workshop to do some dry ice blasting. Now, dry ice blasting, what is it?
Basically, it's shooting pellets of frozen carbon dioxide at a surface. The pellets go from a solid directly into a gas. As they do that, they expand thousands of times, creating like mini explosions, if you want to call it that, which basically lifts the dirt, grime, and grease off the surface without actually damaging the surface.
Yeah, that's the best part, because you can do painted stuff. So all our brand new suspension painted discs we just all did, it's not like sandblasting where it's going to strip the paint. It won't strip the paint, that'll all stay there. So it's like a really cool way to get into delicate spots and clean everything and end up with a really good result. So that's what we're going to do here today. We'll get the 80 up on the hoist. I'll show Marte what we're actually dealing with, because I think it'll be quite the super stressed on how filthy my car is. So hopefully we don't make the workshop too filthy. But yeah, I reckon let's get up there and see what we're working with. All right, have a look. Is it the worst car you've seen?
Honestly, not as bad as mine.
Really? Okay, that's
Not
good.
as bad as mine. I've seen some control.
We're trying to give it a bit of a high pressure clean, but like that starts hitting the high pressure hose and you'll see all the grime. It just doesn't come off.
At the back here, this stuff looks like it's stuck on. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I know. That's what all this stuff is like. Dirt feels like. And look, I'm going to be right up front at the start of the video here. There's a number of oil leaks on this car, and I've got to get them fixed as soon as we get this cleaned, essentially, because otherwise they're all going to, you know, bring it back to this eventually. So once we get it all clean, we can sort of see where they're coming from, because we've got a few.
Good work on this thing.
Yeah, you like it? Yeah.
It makes all the shiny parts look so good.
I know, yeah, it came up quite well, so we're pretty stoked with it. The way Liam and I were trying to clean everything with just like a wire brush, degreaser, and just going at it. Just you can't get in every cranny, that's the issue.
You can sit there scrubbing with a toothbrush for kingdom come, mate.
Yeah,
It's not going to come out.
Yeah. That's basically the job we're going to do. I guess now, let's go look at some of the equipment. We're actually going to go and get this job done with. Alright, so before we go and ruin Marte's workshop with mud and filth, I thought we'd go over some of the equipment we're actually going to be using, because I've never seen this stuff before and it's quite interesting. So you'll see this massive, big green wheelie bin here is full of dry ice. So tell us a little bit about this dry ice, because this is very cold. I've never seen them in person, but it's basically pellets, right?
Yeah, so these are dry ice pellets, and that's a solid form of carbon dioxide. Now these are, the temperature is negative 78 degrees Celsius, so very, very cold.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about it is that it does what's called sublimation, so it goes from a solid directly into a gas, and there's no liquid form. So once this all melts, it's not like it's going to be water, it just dissipates into gas and is empties over time. And of course these are what we feed into our machine here. So this is our dry ice blasting machine. It's got a hopper, feed them into there, and then that basically puts it into the air supply and shoots it out this gun. This here is our air dryer. It just makes sure that we've got a moisture-free air supply, because if there's any moisture in the air environment of this dry ice blasting machine, it may start to freeze up, and we don't want it.
Because essentially, at the end of the day, it's just the coldness of the dry ice and then it turning into a gas that's causing all the filth to come off whatever component you're spraying.
Yeah, there's two parts to the effectiveness. It's thermal shock, and it's also the process of sublimation, so going directly from the solid to the gas, expanding thousands of times, and lifting off all the surface debris.
Alright, sweet. Well, I guess we'll get dressed up, get ready, and get this thing clean. I'm excited to see this. It's going to be awesome. Alright, so we're all masked up, and we're about to start going over the car now. I'm going to stand back a bit because I don't want to get covered in it. But yeah, we're going to start hitting the spots, see the difference, see what it looks like, and then yeah, slowly go over the entire car. So without further ado, let's get into it. Wow! Even just that, look at that. Yeah, already. I couldn't get over the rubber hose, it just like instantly came back. So from here it's pretty much just get dirty and just smash it out.
Seeing the dry ice process take place is extremely satisfying. It's almost like magic and how it can make everything look brand new.
My god! That's incredible.
Literally looks brand new.
Literally looks brand new.
Like to do that with a wire brush and a grinder and wiping, that'll take you, just to do that one section, it'd take you like
it literally looks brand new.
Yeah, that's great.
That's incredible. And like, it's hitting this to the plastic and it's doing no damage. Alright, so up here, I'm thinking the fuel leak I had ages ago, it's just dirt and muck and it's really thick, so we're going to hit it with the dry ice and see what difference it makes up here. You can see from that where we're heading with this. It's going to be
brand new.
Brand new, yeah, exactly. It's funny, some sections underneath, it's really easy to come off, like it just comes off in 2 seconds, but you'll see like under the gearbox, where it's obviously been leaking for a long time, and it's had years of grime. It does take a little bit more sitting in there, but what he's careful about doing is he doesn't want to leave the gun in the one spot for too long, because obviously it's putting, you know, really cold temperatures on the steel, so you got to be careful about how long you go for each area for. Doing a good job. It's a long process. Like it takes a lot of time. Like I can see why he said come down for a couple of days here. I was like, oh, maybe it's done in a day. It's like, nah. You want to do it properly? It'll probably take you a couple of days to do the entire car. But yeah, pretty cool. We've actually even started bringing back the red of the body. How insane is that? Look at that! We're literally like unveiling the car, like revealing the car again. What's actually underneath. Like it.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring an expensive director for this commercial, we found someone willing to work for Candy.
What's actually underneath? Like it has been coated for 30 years under front. It's just incredible how much this stuff does to the car. And I was just thinking to myself, like, maybe it wouldn't end up like this if we got cleaned so regularly, but say like the previous owner of this car had been 30 years old. They might have been the sort of person that took it everywhere, never bothered to clean it, so this stuff just builds up over and over and over. So now, if we can get it all cleaned back to brand new, put the coating on, and then, you know, every time we go away and have to wash it, and there's no reason it should stay like clean like this if you keep up to it, because I feel like the reason it gets so bad is because, yeah, for years and ends it just doesn't get clean.
Absolutely. The coating is designed for easy maintenance, so a lot of the stuff doesn't even stick to it, and whatever does stick to it, you don't have to sit and scrub it.
Yeah, just a pressure washer that comes in. Yeah, I can't wait to see how it all cleans up. Like, can't wait to, I mean, as bad as it sounds, I'm keen to get it dirty and then clean it and see how it comes up. Yeah. So to get to every single nook and cranny on the 80 series, obviously it's going to take a bit of time. My team reckons you can do it in about a day, only because I've already done my front dip and everything, but obviously, like, yeah, your mileage may vary depending on how filthy your car is, but 1 to 2 days, this thing should be looking brand new. Alright, so it's the next day, we're back down here at Car Blast now. My taste of work is absolutely fired off, getting the 80 series clean, getting it ready, because up next is getting its coating done, but yeah, let's get started to see how it all cleaned up. I'm pretty excited to see it. How did it scrub up? Was it hard work getting it all off, or it came up pretty good?
It was a lot dirtier than I thought, I'll be honest, and made a big mess of the workshop, but it came up really well, and yeah. Considering its age.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess let's go inside, take a look. Oh god. It's already looking spotless rear. It looks like we painted the rear diff. Holy! Oh my god! It looks brand new! Jesus! This thing's I thought it'd be good, but bloody hell, you've done a good job here. Jesus, this is incredible! This belongs to a museum now. Holy crap, this is insane! I can't get over how there's not a speck of dirt on this car underneath. Not a speck. I mean, you run your hands everywhere. You can eat off it. And even the spots where, like, I think there's no way it's going to go up here. Nah, all rubber hose is all done. Like, every bit. You've got in everywhere.
I don't think I've ever seen so much grease on a bloody car.
That's why there's no rust.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Right.
Oh, you've done so good.
Yeah, if you think this is impressive, coating, it'll look even better. It's going to raise it up to another level.
Yeah.
A lot of these imperfections that you can see, they'll all be hidden. It'll be more of a uniform colour.
Right, yeah.
And everything will be shiny.
Yeah. Even look up here, Liam. Look at all the electrics. These are all the electrics for the fuel tanks, the solenoids. They look brand new. Like, look at it all. You couldn't see it all. I didn't even know those existed. And that's something, these are just covered in filth. And that's something too, you wouldn't want to spray water in there. Like a high pressure jet, like you probably wouldn't want to spray it, but because it's dry ice, you can spray electronics. And look at that. Like it's just, looks brand new. Like it's insane. But obviously, we still got the coat to do, which is going to be like the cherry on top and make everything pop. So I guess that's the next thing we've got to get on to. Alright, so with the ice blasting done under the car and with it all clean, it's time to put on our coating now. This is, Marte's been telling me about this stuff. What is it? Why are we using it?
Hey, good afternoon from Pennsylvania today. What's up, Germany? Thomas.
Anti-corrosion industrial coating, and it's the only coating of its kind on the market. What makes it unique is that it provides the highest levels of corrosion protection without the need for primers and without having heavy metals or toxins. It's also hydrophobic and resistant to the environment.
So a lot of the elements should just
roll off this stuff. Essentially, when you go on the road, like water and all that should just roll off, or make it a lot easier to make.
Absolutely.
So why do you guys choose to use the Aegis product? Is it something about the chemicals and what makes it different?
Yeah, well, when compared to other products for 4x4 undercarriage protection, Ideal Aegis is ISO manufactured and ASTM validated. So it's a coating that's developed to compete with products that are used in oil, acid mining, not for unregulated markets. So what does the ASTM testing mean? Basically, it allows for an apples-to-apples comparison. So, for example, you've got lanolin, which under ASTM tests lasts for 312 hours in salt spray testing. In the same tests, Ideal Aegis lasts for over 6,000 hours. Basically, what that means is if you've got lanolin on your car and it lasts a year, in those same conditions, in that same environment, Ideal Aegis will last over 19 years.
Yeah. Crazy. The patient out with the car. Yeah.
Some cars it will.
Yeah. Okay. So with all that said, what does it actually mean for someone coming in wanting to get this coating done? What are they going to see? What performances are they going to see out of this that's going to make the car last longer?
So if the coating is correctly applied with the correct prep, this clear coat will outlast any others on the market. It'll make the car much easier to keep clean, maintain, and being transparent, it allows for early detection of corrosion. So you can go in and make the repairs, get the coating touched up at a low cost, as opposed to something like a black coating which you see a lot of, where it covers everything. So you've got corrosion in there, and you're not going to find out until you've got a whole new chassis.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I just like the transparent look too. I think it looks nice being on the car and still keeping everything in factory look while having that protection. So.
Exactly. That's why at Carbon Blast we've chosen this coating. Dries blasting, to a clean car underside as clean as possible, and Ideal Aegis keeps it that way.
Yeah. Alright, so we'll get this coating all mixed up now, and then we can start spraying it on the car. Once the coating has been applied, it takes a couple of days to fully cure, so we came back later in the week to see the final result. Oh, it's just looking shiny. Oh. Oh, awesome. I'm surprised how well that rear diff came up. Considering, like, we didn't paint the rear diff, and you just put that coating on. It looks brand new.
It's reflective. You can almost do your hair.
You're right when you said it makes it pop. Like, it's sort of that bit that just adds to it.
And especially considering this is what, a 33-year-old car or something like that.
Oh, exactly right. It looks like it's rolled out of the motor factory. So with the coating, obviously it's going to make it, it's obviously going to protect it a lot more, but it's also going to make it a fair bit easier to clean, which that's the key. Once you get it all this clean, you don't really want to go back. So
yeah, it's super easy to maintain. It'll stay shiny. Yeah, it'll keep looking show condition even through all these tough conditions.
Yeah. What's crazy is we haven't added any paint here. We've just put on a coating on this rear diff, and it's made the whole thing look like it's been painted, like it's all black. So how is it actually doing that?
Well, the great thing about the Ideal Aegis is they've made it slightly tinted black, so because it's only a slight tint, you can still see all the colours, all the springs, the sticker there. But being that slight black tint, it makes everything just pop. All the blacks pop more, which is what gives it that amazing look.
Yeah. So it does mean, like, if your car is old, you still can get away with, like, if you for some reason couldn't paint a lot of your unmanufactured components, or they weren't new, with this coating, it can make it look brand new.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is a 30-year-old diff, and
it's got nothing to it. We just pretty much dry it, blast it, put a coating on it. Looks like we painted it.
That's it.
Which is pretty crazy. The car has already started to leak in Marte's workshop, but the good thing about it all being clean is I can spot exactly where the weeps are coming from. But definitely, I'm going to get these fixed. Don't worry about it. The car's not going to end up grubby again. Marte, somehow in a week, you managed to reverse 30 years of neglect and filth on this car, and to see it what it is today, looking like it drove out of the factory yesterday, it's incredible. So huge thank you for letting us come down here and do this, because it's something that I really didn't know that much about ice blasting. Like, I've seen it on TikTok a couple of times, but I didn't think it was like a proper service sort of taken off. And the fact that you can come down to a shop, get it done locally in a couple of days, and end up with results like this, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, a lot of people's dream four-wheel drives are now 30 years old. To be able to get this kind of result and that kind of reaction, it's why we started. Why we started Carbon Blast in the first place. And thank you guys so much. Thank you, Addy or Diabos, for letting us be a part of this project and this build, and it's something that's really special, and we really can't wait for the finished product.
Oh, it's gonna be so good. Yeah. So you guys, if you're looking to get your car, restored, or you got a brand new car and you want to get coating done to it, Carbon Blast, Marte.
Those with Robinhood Gold can enjoy a 3% IRA match. Tremendous.
Yeah! Yeah, Dad! Okay. Yeah, Dad! Okay, partner. Yeah, Dad. Okay, partner. I'm proud of you, partner.
On July 26, 2023, dispatchers in Volusia County received urgent 911 text from a driver who claims to be following an armed kidnapper's van on the interstate. When they trace the phone, however, they learn the messages are coming from a residence in Port Orange, turning a plea for help to an unexpected lesson in consequences. It's just after 9:45 a.m. when 911 begins receiving texts from someone named Lily Lee Combs. She claims to be following the kidnapper's van on the interstate, and updates are still pouring in. Volusia County deputies, multiple area police departments, and a helicopter join the urgent search. When they fail to locate the van, the deputy tries calling the phone number that's been sending the text messages.
Hello? It says, RP confirming there in blue Jeep. Victim is in a white van. You can see they are being restrained through the windows. And the turnaround?
A new text message comes through, including a detailed description of the suspect, who's described as having brown hair and blue eyes.
How is she behind her? She's seeing this happen and she has what eyes for nose.
Good thing on the pickup. Yo, good pickup. Good pickup.
The back of your head got blue eyes.
Yes. And it's looking ridiculous. In the van, the back of your head, you can't even see that shit. But that's crazy.
It's kind of like when I'm looking at a girl from behind, I'm like, you got a great personality.
And she do.
Was like saw an incident or saw a witness a kidnapping or like how would you even involved? I haven't known any of this. Of course, it's the white man. Like it just, yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's right, but it's just, yeah. My back also.
Their suspicions about the text messages are all but confirmed when the GPS trace on the phone comes back to a residence in Port Orange, indicating the texter is not traveling on the highway as they claim. Deputies quickly head to the residence to investigate.
Surprise, bitch.
Hey, how you doing? Is this your residence, sir?
This is.
Do you have a daughter or a child named by Lily Lee?
No.
No? Anybody home?
Yeah, my wife, my kid. We just got home from Spain. I have an Ava and a Mikey.
Ava and a Mikey?
Yep. You like to see them?
House.
Yeah. Because if the cops pull up to you, they're like, yo, so what's going on here with you? Kids 70. Hey, you can see everything you want to see. You want to see them? I already think I'm under investigation. Cops pull up not for no reason. I was minding my business. What's going on? You want to see them? If they say they're right here. I don't know what's going on with my neighbors or what's got reported, but if you want to see them, hey, Bob, come down here.
I don't know, he just spoke about his kids like he's got two different brains and firearms. Yeah, I got an Ava and a Mikey. One fires 10 shots, the other one fires 20. Semi-automatic, which one do you want to see?
It really depends on the magazine, really.
Yeah, if my mom ever refers to, yeah, I got an Ava and a Bia. Which one of the two dummies do you want to see?
I think he was doing, he was thinking. I have Ava and You know what I mean? Who's taking the bus?
Anybody home? Yeah, my wife, my kid. We just got home from Pennsylvania. I have an Ava and a Mike. Ava and a Mikey? Yep.
No, I really, I know what you're saying. I have an Ava and a Mikey?
Hey.
Yeah, I try to.
It just sounds like you, I got Ava and a Mike. It sounds like you got a brand of cars. Yeah, I got a Ferrari and a Ford.
I got a CZ. I got a CZ.
One shits his pants every day, the other one just
Federal Arms.
Yeah.
The deputies follow him to his house, where he informs his wife what's going on.
Yeah, so somebody called in or pulled the car. Someone texted into 911 that someone was getting kidnapped and they were on the interstate, but then when they went and did like a location on the phone, the address was showing up here.
As their daughter Ava steps into the garage, her phone rings. The deputy answers it, leading to a shocking conclusion.
Hello? Hold on. Who's this? Alright, cool. This is Deputy at the Sheriff's Office.
Good. You got her.
Yep, alright.
Okay, your dad?
Yep, I got both her parents here.
Yeah, we're gonna ask the sheriff to go away in a second.
Thanks. Alright.
What happened? I'm so
Let me say this, fella. Yeah, so all these other numbers. So there's a phone call out to 911.
There's a phone call out?
Yep.
What time?
There's one right here. There's 911 again right there. These numbers calling back in are caller ID.
You did?
Well, there's 3 different times that 911 was called out from this phone. 1:30 a.m. Yep.
So the little kid was calling 911 claiming she saw kidnapping when she was at home all the time.
I mean, you know, you're a kid in that stories. I get it.
Okay,
Mama would've whooped my ass!
I was gonna say, but now the cops are going. What are you saying?
I understand, you know, you're a kid in that stories.
Cops leave.
Oh, dead. Dead. Someone's gonna call because you're dead.
What's the Undertaker theme song? As soon as the cops get out, your parents just before the cops leave.
Hey, yeah, okay. Yeah, no problem. We'll take care of it. I think this little cares about the money and the Undertaker.
I haven't done that since I was a kid, bro. I haven't done that. Oh, shit. I remember that grip. That grip was always like this. And he would always have his hair by his head.
Yeah. And 1, 2, 3, and he would go. That was great. The memories. The golden era of WWE. It was called WWF, but you can't say that no more because, you know, the pandas are going to be mad.
That was the initial call.
Twice.
I didn't mean to call that. But you did.
Reports show that the number belonging to Ava dialed 911 at 9:30.
So I'm gonna tell you, if you my kid, this is what I'm gonna do. In front of the cop, I'll say you have one chance to tell the truth right now. Because if you start lying, everything afterwards means nothing. You have one. Everyone, stop talking. You have one chance to tell the truth. One chance. If I raised you out, I know what you're gonna do. Go ahead. What happened? And I'm gonna see the fear in their eyes. Not because I'm gonna beat their ass. I'm gonna tell y'all this. I actually think beating is the lowest form of punishment you can give kids.
I agree.
Because there are things that you can terrify them with, you can definitely affect them way more than beating them. I'm just saying, fuck around and find out. But if you call a 911 doing all this stuff, got cops coming at my door, yeah, you definitely gonna pay my house. But
and on top of that, you're telling me it's a kidnapping? But as a father, I would be pissed off. Like, it be your own kid, you're setting me up. Thank God it was a cop that was like, hey, what's going on here? And not like guns drawn and shit like that. I would have been pissed the fuck off. Oh my.
I haven't watched it, but it looks like up until now the parents are taking it very seriously, which I appreciate.
Yeah, I appreciate.
So let's keep.
And I'm trying to defend the kid or whatever.
I might be speaking too early, so listen.
Yeah.
When did, I'm just so confused, I'm sorry, when did you got the message about an interstate?
So there was a text message from someone saying they were behind a car. Did I call this back? Was kidnapped. Their friend was kidnapped from a Chick-fil-A in Palm Coast, and they were on the interstate behind the car.
What time is this?
This is this is today. This is actually going on right now.
2:30 in the morning.
Okay.
So we were here the whole time since 2:30. We were on the interstate coming in from Pennsylvania.
Right.
We showed up here like 2:10, 2:15.
Okay.
And we went to bed.
But these 911 calls
But
now.
this morning, you were calling 911? You were. Don't look surprised. You did.
So
You on your own. Just Ava, you have to explain what happened here. So what's going on? What did you know? What do you know?
Why you go inside, Ava, get your shoes on, come out here.
You heard the little brother? Want me to close the door? Good luck, bitch.
Because anyways, you're making too much noise because I'm playing my games.
Hey, man.
The thing about emergency medicine, you never know what you're gonna get.
I need help here.
Am I doing everything right?
Bitch.
Because anyways, you're making too much noise because I'm playing my games.
Hey, man, I'm gonna say, as a sibling, when you know your other sibling really fucked up, there's a sense you feel knowing, like, I'm gonna get extra cookies from now on. And the second thing you be thinking oftentimes is also, like, damn, it feels good not to be me.
Hey, I fucked up sometimes, but not that bad. And I want no part of it.
Yeah. And you know your sibling fucked up because they body language just shows it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know the details. Be like, man, this dumb bitch guilty.
You know how fucked up I know it is?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it.
And I know you can.
And I do not want to have anything to... Yeah, for sure, check my phone. I have nothing to do with it.
Yeah. And your mom says, do you know anything about this? I don't know. You don't even try.
I ain't got nothing to do with me.
I
don't want you to link me.
Alibi.
I don't want you to link me with this.
Yeah.
Close or far. I want my week. Listen, I gotta.
You know what they say? Blood thicker than water, and that belt is too. So fuck that shit.
No, I ain't doing that.
My blood is gonna stay beneath my skin. I ain't getting no ass with it. Nothing happening to me.
Oh yeah. I don't want to have no part in this. I didn't know nothing about that. She didn't tell me about it. Because if I knew, then I'm guilty because I didn't tell y'all. So I didn't have nothing to do with this.
My mom asked me, did you see anything? Huh? Like I'm real Charles in this bitch.
Oh, Will Smith. Keep your name out out your motherfucking mouth.
Yeah. I will pray for you though. Definitely. Lord Heavenly Father, keep those meetings secluded to that room. For we have not sinned for this week that my parents know of, and we want to keep it that way.
Amen.
Speak no evil, hear no evil. My sister's stupid. She deserves it. And also, I will say, as a brother, I always liked it when my sisters got it, because women just get it less. So, you know.
100%.
A little bit of equality ain't hurt nobody, that's what I'm saying. Especially when it's the youngest. I hate the youngest. I know you the youngest. I hate the youngest, bro. Because like everybody else and then the youngest is always like the special. Shut up, man.
Oh my God, that was the opposite for me.
Yeah?
Because I was not the one that was listening to my parents. You know what I mean? I was not the one that was like wanting to please my parents. You understand? That was my sister. But she was a perfect kid too. So I was like, she skipped a grade in school. I got left back. I wouldn't get left back. I got sent back. That's even worse. Anyways, that's another story. But so I was not the favorite.
Yeah, see, the problem with you is that you guys were two kids, and really, you was accidentally the youngest. You should have been the middle. There should have been someone else after you.
No.
It just never happened.
No, I was the youngest.
I know you were.
The one in the middle didn't make it.
That's my point.
So I would have been the youngest. The one between me and my sister never made it.
No, that's not the way it works, because if they would have made it, that would have been you.
No.
Because it's the same, population.
No, nigga, you don't understand. Listen to me, and don't try to understand what happened with the pum pum of my mom. You don't.
I'm talking about
between me and my sister.
There was another one.
There was a kid.
Right, it was supposed to be you.
No.
But then it didn't happen, so you came again.
No, that's not how it works.
So wait, if your dad and your mom use the same genetics for multiple children, like, and the one that does happen, isn't it the same one?
No, it's a different kid.
Was the same
it's a
person producing it?
We call that a sister, a brother. What's wrong with you, dude? That's the second time I gotta explain to you some shit what the fuck is that? Are you making this shit on purpose? Like, what is wrong with you?
I thought it's like an assembly line, you know what I mean? Like, if you have like if there's just doesn't happen, the same kid's supposed to pop out. That's the way God made it. Alright. Because imagine God creates you, but you don't even get a chance to pop out. You don't give you a second chance in the same body?
I don't think so.
Okay. Shall we continue?
Yes, we shall. Yeah. Thank you.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh my God.
It's okay.
All right.
It's okay.
Split of that thing.
You deserve all the love in the world. Okay. I'm serious. Let's keep going.
What the fuck was that?
What's what? What you think since you came to our country you started dressing like our grandfathers? You just what's up?
What the fuck is wrong with you? That's not how I raised you.
How you racing?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I came out of nowhere. Let's keep going.
But that's how I feel whenever you say some shit like that, bro.
Hey, listen, I just thought it was.
Where the fuck did that come from?
The assembly line stuff?
Yeah.
I thought that's how it worked. So that means, like, let's say if you have.
Oh, I'm way too sober for this shit.
All right.
This is not what I understand because this is like weird.
Because we gotta make sure that there's not somebody that's being kidnapped on the interstate. We're trying to find them. And
Open your mouth if you said something on the phone.
I didn't say anything.
Everything on your phone is telling me that you made a phone call to 911.
But I didn't talk.
Deputy has to. I would have got a beat. I would have. This for Haitian parents is considered being a smart ass. And just that, yeah, I didn't talk. I did the call, but I didn't talk.
First, it was. I don't know anything about that.
Le back, no major the backhand.
It went from I don't know what happened to it wasn't me. I didn't respond. To I always texted once. To wait, sometimes you don't lie to me in the same sentence. Stupid. When kids lie, they're really dumb about how they lie.
Yes.
And it's very
they really think they're gonna.
That's why I be talking like, listen, don't bother. You're gonna fail. You're gonna fail. So don't bother. Tell the truth. Come on. Don't tell them lie. Tell the truth.
It's crazy how we think we're gonna get away with shit, and we're so bad at it when we were kids. God damn.
While Ava's parents demand an explanation, deputies prepare to Mirandize the 11-year-old, who has yet to fully grasp the gravity of the situation.
You just lied to the police and mommy and daddy. You just lied to everybody.
You have to be sure you're not authentic.
Right, Miss Ava, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court.
Women to her rights.
Yeah! Yeah, Dad!
Okay.
Yeah, Dad!
Okay, partner. I'm proud of you, partner. Hell yeah. We like that. We like that. We like it when a parent stays present.
Yeah, Dad.
We like it when they hold them accountable for doing stupid. Yeah, we like that, Daddy. Keep it going, partner.
Stupid.
Absolutely. We love it. We love it. We love it when you take care of your kids like that, man. I mean, so many of y'all got to stay in your child's life, man. Y'all be out here in the club with me just pimping every day. It ain't good for you. So when I see you take care of your kids, I'm proud of you, father. Yeah, Daddy, keep going like that. Anything else you want to say?
I want to see the rest.
Oh, of what? The wig?
I want to see the rest.
Oh, we have one for different occasions.
No, but I know that the wig.
Hey, listen, we like to have fun and we like to party from AM to PM, and then we have breakfast and go straight back to the club. You did?
I did.
All right, hey, man, with this jacket, you can make it part of the club. You got kids?
No, you got kids.
Okay, let's show out, nigga. Hey!
I don't know what the fuck this is, but I'm in it.
Hey, this is when you got all that money and you ain't got no responsibilities. It's just so easy to let go.
For real, sometimes, like, they really blame the parents for a lot of things, but sometimes, I'm gonna tell you this, your kids will fuck up on their own. They will fuck up on their own. You're gonna
grab life by the chicken fingers and savor the day with hand batter, cooked to order chicken fingers, crispy crinkle cut from.
I'm gonna tell you this. Your kids will fuck up on their own. They will fuck up on their own. You're gonna be giving them everything that they need, whatever, and they're gonna fuck up on their own. And at that point is how you react to they fuck up. X. And the way that you did something stupid. The fact that you're not finna daughter, they're like, consequences. I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Go that and mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, little Angel, you thought just because you told the truth now, things are going to be sweet. That baby, it ain't Chardonnay. Baby, you gonna pay. Yeah. I'm just saying, though.
On a tip of song.
Daddy, you did your thing, and all you men watching at home, stay in your kids' life. Or else, they're going to be in the club with me. Yeah. Just letting y'all know. Yeah, she gonna bring back a fella like me. I'ma beat it up in her bedroom and then wish her good night and then
play the video.
Hey,
goddamn. Play the goddamn video. That's crazy. You're talking. Hey, you're talking crazy.
You want me to play the video? Which video?
I'm just saying, nah, bro.
Alright, let's keep watching.
Let me explain something here, okay? You may be cry about this, and what you've done here is a felony, okay? It's a felony crime. You probably had 20 law enforcement officers, at least, a helicopter, and all looking, all running lights and siren on high speed to try to to try to apprehend or try to stop a serious forcible felony from happening.
Under pressure from both her father and the deputy, Ava offers an excuse for her actions, which doesn't sit well with the deputy.
Ava, you need to tell the exact truth. I don't want a story. I don't care what it is. I want the exact truth.
You can't make this go away by being quiet. The only thing you're going to end up, that's going to happen is you're going to end up in a pair of handcuffs or a juvenile facility. I'm not going to make mince any words with you. That's a very distinct possibility of what can happen. Don't look at your mother. She didn't have any part in this. This was all you.
Remember what I told y'all? When a child fucks up, they go looking for anyone or as an adult who's going to support them, even if they're in the wrong. One thing a kid will do very often, they don't get their way, they start having a little fit. What do? They leave the parent who said no to go find someone else who'll give them a sense of comfort. And me as the uncle, sometimes it was me. And I said, yo, walk your ass up out of here. If one parent scolds them, they go look for the uncle, the aunt, the mom, whoever it might be, who will be very comforting to them. But in that moment, sometimes some kid looking at you, I'll be like, no, all of us are in agreement. You did something wrong. You need to hold that. You feel bad, stay feeling bad. You should feel bad. You hurt another child. Yeah. We're not here to comfort you. That's not our job. You should not have punched that kid in the face. So we're not going to comfort you. You're going to be punished. And that's what she's doing. Even at a 10, 11, she sees what's happening with everyone. What does she do? She looks to her mom. Why? Because you can tell by her dad's disposition, her mom is generally the one who comforts her.
The dad already, with his body, he already went like this.
Yeah.
Cops over there, he went like this.
He stayed behind the cops.
I'm on this side. The closest person is mom. And the beauty caught that. He's like, don't look at mom.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't look at mom.
That's what I'm saying.
Mom ain't got nothing to do. You alone. Doing this shit for your dad.
That's what I'm saying.
Yo.
All right. What's that? Anyway, let's keep watching.
Was he part of planning this with you? What did he say? This is your brother? Well, when we're done, will you wait a minute?
Oh, wow. She's snitching on her brother. See, this is why I hate little sisters, bro. Y'all trash.
Though it wasn't captured on camera, reports state that Ava admitted to getting the idea to prank 911 from a YouTube challenge, and a deputy attempts to get more details.
Where was this video that you saw? Where was it? On YouTube? Do you remember who the creator was, or who the poster was, and what it was about? What do you mean by all of this? This is in what? So the video about the Palm Coast Chick-fil-A, that's it? That's all the video was about?
So she got it from her creator. I mean, it's still her.
At this point, I don't know.
She be lying.
She be lying. So she blame it on her brother. I want to know if they find like the creator.
But it makes sense that it came from online because generally that's where people see
I'm
this
not
stuff.
saying no.
Yeah.
I want to see it.
And so remember when I told you guys this is why like creators like sneak over people who have very childlike audiences, because they really push these kids to have an influence and do this kind of dumb shit. So when they're telling all this red pill stuff, that's why you see these kids repeating that shit at their school. They're going up to young girls and saying, "I'm not," and they pretty much treat them like dirt. Like that's the stuff that they're learning from a lot of these channels. Be it him or the prankster guys, who most of their audiences are kids. They're learning a lot of this nuisance behavior. That's why you see kids who are 12, 11 on TikTok grabbing sofas and throwing it in malls from 3 stories up. Like incredibly dangerous stuff, but these kids are learning it from these online spaces.
Meanwhile, one deputy reveals that he was able to reach Ava by phone just before their arrival and got a less than friendly response from the young girl.
27 minutes, she lied to the dispatcher, the call taker, or text, and then when I caught her up, she told me to F myself to stop responding.
Right, that your kid is even comfortable doing that as a parent.
Think it away.
Based on Ava's statements, deputies decide there's enough probable cause to arrest Ava and prepare to take the 11-year-old into custody.
You are, in fact, leaving town.
On a jet plane.
You are going.
Don't know, and you'll be back again.
You are wrong.
Oh, God.
You have no idea where you're
I
trying
hate to go.
Jail cell. Bars.
Cause you leaving on a jet plane.
Straight to jail.
Leaving.
Hold up. What does that engine sound like? Oh, called The Sound of Children Crying. That fuel for the jet plane, that bitch staying up in the air 24 hours.
Oh, 100%.
I'm not gonna lie to you, personally, when a kid fucks up and they pay the punishment, they start crying. That shit is like music to my ears.
Oh,
I love it. Because I know that shit has zero effect on me, and I was not, it makes my food taste better. It's like seasoned, bro. It's like, I'm dead ass, it's perfect. I love it. When a kid fucks up and they cry because they got caught and they paying the consequences, it's my favorite thing over. You know why? Because they need to recognize that their tears are not going to fix everything. Their suffering in that moment doesn't matter because they need to actually accept responsibility. That's how you teach them. You teach them that them crying is not a get out of jail free card. So many times I see kids mess up and then they start crying and their parents go right to consoling them. No, but that's a big pet peeve of mine. Because all you teach them in that moment is that when they mess up and they feel bad, their parents are going to come and fix it.
Right, baby?
No! You're not getting this back.
It's okay, you can keep it.
No, this one is It's okay.
It's okay. I don't know why you got multiple class. This is the last time I wore that coat was at my grandfather's funeral. So I had class with me. That's what I always do. So
that's some old man shit.
I'm a old. I'm an old man. What you bought me for my birthday last time? And wasn't that a fight? Hey, let's go.
And I can guarantee you the cops are talking to the parents like, we're not going to keep her on. She's going to come back to you guys.
Just a lesson.
And the parents are with it. Because I don't want my kid doing this dumb shit. And I want my kid, obviously I haven't done enough, so you need to be scared a little bit to recognize you're not supposed to do this shit.
So that next time that you do some fuck shit, you're going to be like, think twice.
Honestly, as soon as my kid goes straight to jail, I'm looking at wife. Date night, no babysitter, bitch. Hey, bitch, we fucking.
This right now, you're gonna take this as a lesson at 11 years old. That you do something stupid in the future, you're gonna enjoy those consequences.
Yeah, Dad. Okay. All right. Respect. So often we talk about bad parenting and everything involved. I'm just proud of this man for doing what he's supposed to do. So respect to him.
Damn,
sir. Respect to him.
Salute to you.
Yeah. And he said, I'm not going to do this in the future. I know, because you going to jail, stupid.
Or we can have a test. You bring it into a building, they can bring you into the world towards your life has changed, kid. Over your life has changed.
Minutes later, the reality of the situation continues to have an emotional impact on her parents.
See, the dad is just telling her what it is. She's always the one that consoles the kid when she fucks up. And I can see the dad's really trying. I'm not saying the mom's bad, don't get me wrong. Parents play different roles. Sometimes make you switch, you change. But you can tell just by her reaction.
What I appreciate is that the mom, even though she's acting like that, she left.
Yes.
She left. So yes, I can understand that she's having that time, but she's not going to be, because if he stays there, she's an escape route to the kid. You know what I mean?
My punishment for right now. I'm trying to this order because she's not doing it.
So she said, let me leave and let Dada handle this shit.
Sometimes as a parent, you gotta know when it's your role to fall back or when it's your role to let the other parent take over.
100%.
And she knows.
100%.
Because even though it hurts her, she knows it's the best thing, and I respect that. I know a lot of parents personally who would jump in and defend their kid no matter what. Those are the worst kind of parents.
So yeah, she is having a breakdown, but she's having a breakdown to other cops.
Yeah, I don't care.
According to a statement from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, 11-year-old Ava was charged with making a false police report concerning the use of a firearm in a violent manner, a felony, and misuse of 911, a misdemeanor. After being processed at the Family Resource Center, she was later transferred to the Volusia Regional Juvenile Detention Center in Daytona Beach, Florida, an experience she is unlikely to forget. We requested more information about her case from the Volusia County Juvenile Court, and they said nothing is releasable.
I mean, it's a kid. Good. After this point, I think it's enough. We need to know more. But yo, shout out to the parents. Honestly, like I said, we always talk about bad parenting and stuff like that. It's good to see good parenting. And, you know, it's not easy. As a parent, sometimes you can do most things correct, and sometimes the kid still comes up a little bit longer to get there. Takes them longer to turn around. But, you know, all the parents who are working hard, we're fighting.
We gotta cash out quick.
Shout out to you.
You have to cash out quick. You can't let that shit linger. Then he said, you know what? It's gonna be a lesson. So, It is what it is.
Well, that's it for today's video. So,
I don't know about you, but less than 9 inches is not enough for me. I need 9 inches.
You're starting a business, 1 centimeter is actually enough. Never miss our slim light bugs. Usually we cut it more affordable LCD TV. The poster is PVC material and the frame is made of aluminum. Put this in your store and upgrade your promotion in fact.
About you, but less than 9 inches.
Diddy, wait until you hear how cushy his jail life is today. Diddy is currently in the 4 North section of the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. This dormitory-style unit accommodates about 20 inmates and offers looser rules. There are grates in one of the rooms of 4 North, according to former mob enforcer Gene Morello. If you lay down, you can look through the holes and talk to the women 1 floor down. Female inmates are even known to give the occasional peep show, according to a former inmate. Diddy shares this unit with Sam Bankman. Fried the crypto defrauder, inmates can enjoy a gym, air hockey, ping pong, board games, movies, video games, and many have tablets loaded with games and movies. Morello added, with the right cop, you can spend all night watching television. In my opinion, Diddy's jail time could be much worse if he were in a less cushy unit.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers impeding an investigation, use of force, and police policies, and is brought to us by Orange County Register's Check. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. Before we dive into the interaction, I want to give everyone a quick reminder to pick up your copy of the Civilian Rights Hand Guide. It's a thorough and comprehensive guide designed to help you understand your rights and navigate encounters with law enforcement confidently. This book is simple, easy to read, and packed with practical advice and real-world insights that anyone can use, whether you're preparing for the unexpected or just want to be better informed. This book covers everything you wish you had been taught in school about how to interact with the police and puts it into one easily digestible resource. The Civilian Rights Hand Guide is now available as an ebook, and you can even read it for free if you're subscribed to the Kindle Select program. If you've ever found value in the content we create here, then you're going to find this guide incredibly useful. We spent a lot of time making sure that we crafted a book that would genuinely help people understand their rights and what to actually do during and after police interactions. It's available now exclusively on Amazon, and it's a great way to support what we do while arming yourself with knowledge. You can find a link in the description and pinned comment. Thank you for your support. Now, let's get back to the episode. On September 14, 2022, Deputy Robert Glazer of the Riverside County Sheriff's Department was called to Madera Vista Senior Living Community in Temecula, California regarding a dispute with the guest of a tenant whom residents have been complaining about for some time. The interaction that followed was captured on Deputy Glazer's body camera.
We need to get this stupid lock out of the way because I'm trying to do my times 2 and my times 3 to make my bullets more, but it's in the way. Oh, there's a key.
Verbal abuse to these ladies. I called her a couple names because I'm fed up with her harassing me every time I come inside. I'm here working for a man. I'm working for a man who's my good friend. Okay. Personal assistant. Can I just set these things? Yeah, of course. This is my van. No, I got you. And so, officer, let's walk over here. Let's walk over here. Sure. So, just easier that way. Yeah, that's people don't. Yeah, not a problem. You know, this has been.
arrived here in July of 20. And so I was just about to get this thing out of here right now because I don't want to be towed away because I'm under terrible scrutiny for nothing. Okay, I'll tell you straight up. I'm going to know the truth. I'll never lie to an officer. I have done nothing to offend or violate the law in any way, shape, or form here except for using some profanity against that woman because she continues to call me, the older Carrie. And so she is a really nasty woman. I don't know why she continues to blindside me with her harassment and her incessant calling of you guys, unnecessarily unneeded calls, because she doesn't like the fact that my client was dating a woman that she didn't like, and there was squabbling and fighting going on. Well, then finally, Lynn Marie Fellini, you probably know who she is. Finally, I don't want to make you feel like you're trapped. No, that's why I came this way. As long as I can see that way, I'm good. So anyway, there was a lot of contention and everything. That woman that brought me over here, Lynn, had to leave and vacate the premises for good, and now she has a restraining order against her. She can't come back anymore, but there was a lot of contention built up between Lynn and Miss Carrie. And then Carrie started calling me Lynn's boyfriend, which is entirely untrue. I don't know why she continues to do that. She continues to gossip, call me names, and call me dirty, nasty names. I forget what they were now. They were so awful. And I called her just now. I walked in the door and I hear her calling me a scumball.
Hey y'all, just got We're back. This is the day. Sean got his bike here. My buddy Craig got his bike here. Working on my bike now. Thanks God I got a mechanic here. But today's the day. Let's do it. What's up, bro?
Hey, Paul. What's up, man? How you doing, Paul?
How you guys doing?
Good to
right?
see you.
Got little problems with your bike? I got big problems.
I heard you had problems with your bike, too.
Yeah, not a little problem. And probably, now that we have this guy here, I got a lot of faith in you. And I had some guys working over here from Harley that are good mechanics, but they don't work on them kind of bikes.
Right. It's a different thing. Yeah.
So the pressure's on you, bro.
All right.
It's all on you.
All right.
If this thing's going to work tonight, it's on you.
Sweet. As soon as you put in first gear, it shuts off?
Yeah. Yeah. And there's a button, I guess, right by the kickstand, which we held in, and it still didn't work. Wiring's 90% stock.
I bet if you
Well,
don't tell me too much, because I want to go and fix it.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, I come all the way to Florida with, I guess, apparently the only running bike in this show.
Yeah. That's why you're
So I'm just fixing everybody else's.
That's why you're out, bro.
That's why you guys invited me. Did you hear what I did to his bike yesterday? I was cleaning the carburetors in the garage of the Airbnb, you know, like you do, and I broke the rubber tip off the float needle, and I'm like, there's no way. And they're like, we're not.
We had a guy drive 6 hours just to bring us this little tiny.
Yeah.
We almost had a guy tell you. We got it. And that wasn't even the problem.
This is really nice. I don't know where I've seen on one of your YouTubes it was a blue bike.
It started blue.
You changed the color. That was a great color.
It was. All right, so what I did was Porsche designed the engine, so I thought a Porsche white would be
It's
cool.
nice. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice.
And then this here is, if you remember the old 60 AMF, they called it AMF with the,
I have.
and they had that weird back fender with it. This is the AMF logo play on that. That used to be the hero on the side of the bush.
Yeah.
Just moved it up.
It's like an off-white, right? Isn't it off-white? Is this a heavy bike? Can I say? It's not too bad. Wait, start it up.
Figure it out.
Get this. We went drag racing last night.
Yeah, I think somebody said that. Yeah, how was that?
It's it was so fast the speaker grill flew off.
Oh, I
That's
see
how
that.
fast this thing is.
could probably roll with that. I like it. I really do like it. Working with it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's probably got about 25 grand.
You got a lot of money in this thing. I don't know if
I think he's double over the limit over here.
I don't know if he followed the rules that we
get up on that lift up on that stage. I don't know if he qualified, right?
Hey. It's gonna be tough for you.
Yeah. I want to see your bike.
Want to see my bike? All right. Now, before I pull my bike out, every motorcycle needs a theme, and you have to abide by the theme. My theme is Mad Max, post-apocalyptic. The builder doesn't know what he's doing and has no talent. So keep that in mind when you see what I got.
It's not a clock. Well, I would talk
Not being allowed on stage.
What a piece of shit. So this is the bike that I seen on your YouTube, and I said to you, I had a Triumph. That's a stock color Triumph. Yeah, I had that year Triumph.
They call it burnt black.
Yeah.
It's T100, 2007 T100. It was in a fire.
A piece of single carb, isn't it?
Dual. It is dual carb. When that's 900cc.
What year?
2007.
Oh, so it's pretty new.
Last year of carburation.
I like it.
I chopped the fender.
Did you do welding?
I did that welding, yeah.
Not bad.
It's pretty good. Check this out. Here's the gas cap is the primer of an anti-take round. That's a little Polly.
I would have gave you a bobblehead doll to put on there, and then when you hit the button.
Oh, it says something?
Oh yeah. So that's a great idea, you know. I say idea. Yeah. Or turn around, smack you in the back of the head.
Yeah.
I'll get it. I won't. But that's cool. What else?
This is off of a deuce and a half. This thing fell off. This is a rear light for a deuce and a half military truck. This seat, I made this seat one. I stitched the seat up myself. Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Shot the cow.
Is it a seat that came with
it? It was the seat, but it was chopped down. So like, so
you got it mounted on there.
So it slips it up here,
right.
And then these pegs go in right here. So when you're sitting on it, and then I chopped the back frame off, so the back frame would come back here. So I chopped that. I put these plugs in there. It looks pretty clean. You know, I was thinking like, what if a motorcycle had a fake eye, had a bionic eye? It would look like that.
What if the lottery was on your phone? With real tickets. A real winner.
You know, I was thinking like, what if a motorcycle had a fake eye? Had a bionic eye? It would look like that.
Eyesight here, so
really? That's you right there. See this belly pan right here? This bottom bearing?
Yeah.
That's off of a toaster. It says dual lit. That's a $350 toaster. It's the side of a toaster that when I took it apart, I flipped it upside down, I stuck it on there.
Splash pan.
Yeah. It just looks so perfect. I was like, I didn't need it. But then to make it look distressed, I grabbed one of those red like chop rags, soaked it in oil, put it on top of it, lit it on fire. It just made it look all rough and rugged like the rest of the bike.
Very nice. I like the bikes. I don't know if you're familiar with the Harleys back in the day. Like the dresses where they put Christmas bulbs on them, bumpers, Cadillac bumpers.
Yeah.
You ever see that? They're the coolest bikes. You can't.
It's got cowhide front.
Everything. It's got everything. Anything you could throw on there, it's got on there. You know,
Looks like a train for that. It's got chicken lights all over.
Yeah, they're great.
Because you can't hurt those bikes.
No.
If no one's worried about scratch.
They can carry as much weight as you want.
They carry all the weight you want. But they keep on getting better with character.
All right, so you want to go see my bike?
Let's go sit.
I'm anxious
to see my bike.
Hold on a second. Between this bike and Craig's bike, which one you like better?
Oh, by far.
This is
not even close.
This is your style, right? This is cool.
Does it start? It does start.
It does start. It starts, and it sometimes
those
runs
regular
really good.
TT pipes.
Yeah, these are stock pipes. I just gotta cut them off at the end.
We're gonna abuse Greg. We're gonna get abused. Very useful.
Believe it or not, it's running a lot better than it was yesterday. I don't sound bad.
Not bad.
Sounds like a Triumph.
let's go see your bike.
Come on.
I'm anxious.
So when Sean and Greg showed up this morning, I kind of saw Greg's bike before, and I knew it was pretty nice looking bike, but I never, what's his name, was being a little sneaky there with his bike. But I liked his bike. I kind of like that ratty look. But I think more so of anything, I think that it's like a sense of, like there's no, I'm not sure if I'm using the right word, but like there's no animosity, so it's a low key, like kind of now that we know each other, it's more looking, I'm already looking past the competition in a sense, you know. I think it's more about camaraderie, you know, getting to know each other, and so there's that higher energy feeling, you know. You feel, after a while you start feeling more comfortable with people, you know. So if I want to smack him on the back, I can smack him on the back and not worry about him getting all upset, you know. So I think that a big part of this is building relationships.
Wow. That's amazing. You build a Harley.
Yeah. Over here.
There we go. There it is. That's the bike.
That's the one.
There it is.
Dude.
My Yamaha.
It's a good looking bike.
It is a good looking bike.
That is neat.
Look at how nice that front end is, stock front end.
Yeah. A lot of chrome on that
It's
thing.
really nice.
So have you fallen in love with import bikes now?
I really like this bike. I really like it. I mean, I think it's a great bike. Even in look at all the big stuff on it, like the stock. It's a nice bike. It's got a great sound to it. I like the bike. I really do. I'd keep it. I'd ride this bike.
Yeah, it's a good looking bike. That's just so your
I mean, look at the wheels on it. They're nice wheels.
Those are stock wheels.
They are?
Are they?
No. Well, I don't know. That's what I thought it
But
was.
they came on. That's what you're saying. They came with the bike.
They came with the bike.
Nice.
Yeah, the exhaust came with the bike. I mean,
the paint job come with the bike.
No, the paint job didn't come with it. We had a butcher's. We cut everything all as you see.
So
The seat was the best.
Is there any the only tins on this thing that are factory? It's side pieces, right?
Yes.
You did that. Of course, you did that.
Yeah.
What was that tank? What was that tank? Like a sports tank?
Yeah, kind of a stretched sports thing.
Yeah.
These things got so many castings on them, on their neck and everywhere. You know what I mean? All that stuff had to come off in order to fit that gas tank. But I think that, you know, I had a few different gas tanks, but I like that. I like this gas tank because I couldn't really pick a fender, and this is a real narrow fender, you know. So I wanted to keep the tank a little sleek, you know what I mean, not wide. The tank I had on there originally was wide, but I really like that gas tank.
Yeah.
I like this fender too, you know. Me and Jim made this sissy bar for another bike like 2 years ago, and it was just I was going to build a sissy bar, but
name is Samo, and welcome to the SEO Fundamentals course by Ajax. In this course, I'll be teaching you the fundamentals of SEO with a heavy focus on execution. And while it's a beginner's SEO course, I don't want you to be fooled by the word begin. Even for an 8-figure business like ours, you don't do anything crazy technical or complicated. Right from the start, we've stuck with the fundamentals of SEO that led to compounded growth. And today, our site gets over 1 million monthly visits from Google search alone, making SEO one of our most effective strategies to get traffic to our site. So the course is broken down into 4 modules, plus this video, which is more of an introduction to the course, as well as an SEO 101. In this video, we'll go over the basics of SEO and cover things like what it is, why it's important, and how it works. You'll then move on to Module 1, which is on keyword research. Throughout these lessons, I'll show you how to find keywords to target that can benefit your business. It'll also set the foundation for the next module, which is on-page SEO. In this module, we'll talk about optimizing your pages to rank for those keywords. The next module will be on link building. This is one of Google's most prominent ranking signals, which has proven to contribute to higher rankings in search. Finally, we'll finish off the course with the basics of technical SEO, which will mostly be about best practices in website maintenance. Alright, let's kick things off with the SEO basics. We'll talk about what search engine optimization is, why it's important, and how Google works. SEO stands for search engine optimization, and it's the process of optimizing content to be discovered through a search engine's organic search results. Now let's talk a bit about how they work. If you're completely new to SEO, then it's easiest to think of search engines as libraries, but instead of storing
said he wanted to pressure test the network.
Why would he do that? Xfinity Internet is 99.9% reliable.
I was straighten out just for a minute. But this happened in Colorado. It was 8 o'clock at night. It was this time of year. It was dark out. And say like Stool is the bus stop, right? I walk up to the bus stop like you normally would, and I startled this woman who was there. And I get it. I mean, you know, I'm a weird looking guy, however you want to say it, but we live in America here, right? We have freedom of choice. Like, right, I'm doing well one person at a time, man. Everybody's gonna laugh, it's just individually, but I've been there before. I'm not even a comic. I came in to get out of the cold for a while. So let me tell my stories. Give me a bottle of water and let me go up there. No, but what I'm saying is we live in America, you know, we have freedom of choice. I choose to look like this, like, Well, people don't usually laugh there, but all right. Wherever you guys laugh, I'll slow down. I get the feeling there's something going on behind me that I'm unaware of. But no, you know, I do. I get up in the morning, check my reflection in the mirror. I'm like, that is the look I'm going for. Let's go to the bank. I've got stuff to do, you know. So I walk up to this bus stop. I startle this woman, and she says to me, "Are you all right? Do you have somewhere to go?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's why I'm at a bus stop. I'm going places. I don't think I can time it much better. Is this your first time at a bus stop?" And this happened to me late at night. I'm riding a bus. I'm a nightclub entertainer. This guy stands up on a rolling bus and asks me for $1. And first of all, if you're asking me for money, I'm going to question your analytical skills. I mean, I do not look like a high roller. It's like, do your homework. But this guy asked me for $1, so I try to be polite. I'm like, "I'm sorry, sir, I don't have $1. And he cops an attitude with me and starts talking all tough. He's like, "Hey man, why don't we take our shoes off and do a little boxing?" I'm like, "Well, that is a weird request, but I'm on this bus for another 35 minutes, so let's box, bro." So as he was taking his shoes off, I beat the heck out of him. You're the one who wanted to fight me over $1, buddy. Then, you know, because I don't drive, I walk a lot. That's my main form of exercise, and I try to get 10,000 steps a day. That's what the doctors tell you. Oh, thanks, yeah. Were you just clapping because you're like, "I'll bet this guy didn't even make 7,000 a day." But no, I bought one of those pedometers that you clip on your belt, you know, and then I lost it. So I was bummed, because I don't have a lot of extra pedometer cash laying around the house, you know. So then I was like, well, I'll just keep tracking my head. My steps. And honestly, that's what happened to my eye, man. I was doing some heavy math, and my eye's like, "I'm not going to carry the 1 anymore. I'm out." Oh, thanks. Wow, they go longer than I do. So then I sat down on the sidewalk, you know, tried to recount my steps. You guys are making up your own jokes, you know. I'll set them up, you knock them down, we'll be home. Time to watch the weather. But no, I sat down, you know, and was retracing my steps. I went to the paint store for no apparent reason, you know, thinking about some other stuff. Someone walked by and they thought I was inebriated, you know, so they suggested 12 steps. And I'm like, I know I made it farther than that, man. That's like 40 feet tops if you're taking big steps. All right, you guys seem to be a little bit of a math crowd, and I've got a math joke, and it's a timely one if I do say so myself, because we're going back to standard time tomorrow. And I like daylight savings time better, you guys, I do. But you know how they say you gain an hour when you set the clocks back? That's not really true, but I came up with a plan where you really do gain an hour, and it's called daylight time. That's how it works. You drive 95 miles an hour in a 65 mile an hour zone for 205 miles. You have picked up an hour. Yeah.
With Verizon, when you bundle mobile and home internet, you save $15 a month and can get the entertainment you love included on us, like Netflix and Max. That's up to 300.
That's the good news. The bad news is you're in Wyoming, but you're an hour ahead. So, but I do go for a lot of walks, and I've walked around this town today. You know, Provo, and it's very nice here. But this happens to me wherever I go, you guys. Whether it's a city or town, you know, whatever. At least once during the weekend, a car will slow down and yell at me, you know. Not the cars themselves, but I mean, people in the cars, right? And what they yell 99 times out of 100 is get a job. was funny over there. That's good. No, but you know, I thought about it. It's like I have a job. I support comedy clubs, restaurants, airlines, wherever I go. So now when a car slows down and yells, "Get a job," I start running alongside the car. And I look over and I'm like, but I have a job. And it freaks out the driver. He's like, it's not supposed to happen like this. I'm supposed to yell at the weirdo and he's supposed to go back in the alley. How is he running 40 miles an hour? I'll tell you, I can run 40 miles an hour because I'm a bodybuilder. And yeah, thanks. You should see me when I'm all oiled up. But I am. I'm a bodybuilder, and I am selling a workout tape after this. It's an audio, so I don't know if you have a cassette deck, but if you do, you can have a body like mine. And I'm not gonna lie, it's a cassette series, so there's a lot of work on there. But there's some downtime on some of those cassettes, you know. It's just me going, hey, let's rest for a while. This is only tape 1. Tape 2, we're looking for a lighter the whole tape, so that's cardio. Sometimes you're there and other times you're... So, but I'm selling those afterwards and I'm having a special. If you buy an audio tape, I will throw in a couple of forever stamps.
What is intriguing about this model is that every video she makes, the idea is the same, similar, but the appearance of the video is totally different. Creativity means don't scratch your head, come up with similar ideas which are presented differently. What is intriguing